That was a while back where we used to say at some point there's going to be a one world order with one world police, one world medical, one world government, one world military, and that one world military will be policing the people. Also, what else did we say? One world religion. One world religion. Now, what is the one world religion? It's that at the foundation of all religions is Raelism, which is the concept of abduction. Each religion teaches this abduction process in its own way. Christians call it a rapture. You people into the UFO alien thing, they call it an alien abduction, where they're captured, raptured up to the highest heaven, right? A lot of biblical prophets spoke about this. Ezekiel, John of Patmos. We went over all that, right? But what I want to do is reiterate on. I want to reiterate on some of the symbolism we went over on the last one, and start back there today. And because we were saying that Jesus represented the one, we were saying that Jesus, right here, remember this symbolism? Let's go to it. Just past it. There we go. We were saying that the one basically is the tube, the wormhole. Now, Jesus is a serpent god, and a lot of these serpent gods, I want y'all to realize they are worm gods. See, when you look at the Ouroboros, you have this serpent making a circle and eating its own tail. But another way to tell that story is a worm stuck inside of an apple trying to bite its way through. The worm and the apple, the serpent and the circle are the sperm and the egg. Remember what I told you on the last one, guys? And that's the 0 and the 1, by the way, the binary code. Let me explain something to you. The binary code is the number 10, which is the root word for tent. You're looking at a tent right now. It's called a pyramid. A tent. A tent. So at the top of the pyramid is God mounted on Calvary. That would be this tube, the hose pipe, the all-seeing eye. It sees all because it creates all from above and projects it below. It's like a painter. A painter can see the entire canvas, but the people inside the canvas can't. You're the one in the canvas. Now, let's understand this as well. We talked about Jesus being mounted on Calvary, and other symbolism we went into was this one here, when we said that this little one, we said that this tube here would be Christ mounted on top of Calvary. It'll also be Jonah being spat out of the well. People, we got to understand that the concept of Jesus being on Calvary is an old concept. And before I can go deep with y'all today, we got to refresh ourselves again right here. So let me go and open up this Jonah. Yeah, we got to start here. Look at what I'm telling you guys. The concept of Jesus mounted on Calvary, meaning resurrection, is this concept of Jonah coming out the whale mouth, being born again. That story was told in Mesoamerica. Here is Quetzalcoatl. Both of these are the same concept. This monster represents the world that you're in now. Our earth is a huge whale, and here it is right here, a pretty little whale. Look at it. It's cross-eyed than a motherfucker, but you won't understand these mythologies without the symbolism. Here's the Hebrew cosmos. Now, this is a whale swimming towards you from a front view. You can see the water being skied out the spout. That would be the souls, like Jonah, leaving the earth. Oh, yeah, this is all it meant, people. We ain't going to make it nothing deep. Jonah leaving the whale is at the foundation of all world religion. Why? Because when we die, we open up the same portal that ufologists are trying to open up with CERN. Here it is in Hindu. Let's zoom in on this guy. That right there is the portals that we've been seeing in the sky, or what they're calling the Milky Way galaxy. Oh, we're going to go into a lot today. Look, check this out. People been seeing these around. People have been citing these because right now the blue beam technology is allowing them to recreate what our crown chakra does upon death and birth. So when you were born, right, and when you die, basically the only way you can get into this terrarium is by having enough energy to pierce through its ether, to permeate its ether. And that's what I'm saying. Like, there's a sky vault above us, and that represents the bullseye. Everyone that made it to this earth, when you were a sperm that went to the center of the egg, not on the edge of it, you hit the bullseye. You hit ground 0 degrees. All of us enter this earth at the exact same point. Let me show you something. The sperm never goes in the egg from the side. That sperm knows something. That sperm know, hey, I don't just enter this egg any kind of way. In other words, all of our mother's egg connects to even though our mothers all seem separate, all of their eggs, all of you women eggs around the world, it connects to this one portal at the top of the earth. So every sperm making it to an egg, it don't explain how your soul get in the body, how your soul get to this earth. Everyone is conceived, their consciousness comes through this same 0 degree point. Now, after we fall, everyone separate and they're born in their own mothers. But when they die, all of their lines are tethered to this same pole. This is the illusion of duality and unity, ascension and descension. We're going to talk about the fall of the Elohim today in relation to all of this. And let's understand that childbirth is very miraculous, it's very divine, if you think about what I'm telling you here today. And this make a woman's egg a little bitty stargate. So now you ought to understand what you're selling. And we're going to talk about the companies that's buying these eggs and some of my theories on what I think they're doing with them. And yes, it's going to be some things that's going to be disturbing, but we the big boys and big girls, right? So, God damn it, let's get it. And today we're going to do a lot of sourced material because we do want to read our sources today. But let me show you something about this. We don't want to iterate on this too long. Jesus is the light. He's the light that's mounted at the top of this pyramid, the one, Neo, right? That's what this light represents, Jesus mounted on Calvary. And I just wanted to show you all around the world, because when we talk Jesus mounted on Calvary, that's literally what this is. The spiral around this God here is descending as it go out and ascending as it goes in. So his head represents the highest peak. And at that highest peak, you see we have this concept called Leviathan. This was the concept of atom or atun before it became the biblical Genesis. The word Genesis is najin, genie, the story of the jinn descending from the earth, descending onto the earth, I'm sorry. But Aten is Leviathan. This is all dealing with, see, I told you what a levy is. When a levy, let me show you something about Leviathan or Leviathan, the seven-headed dragon is the 7 chakras, the 7 births and deaths of karma in the Hindu legacy. Now let's talk about the word Leviathan or Leviathan. A levee is the word Levi. Now what happened in Katrina when the levees broke? There was a flood, water. When you were born onto this universe and your mama's waters broke, you broke the levees. Aten was born in the 7-headed. Once your soul was conceived in this middle world, it filled up all the 7 ethers with your energy. You flooded the universe with your essence upon birth. Each one of us did. So the great flood is when your mama's waters burst. You literally flooded the entire earth. Every baby born is introducing a new energy into the collective subconscious on earth. Every human born, once they enter this realm, they give off an explosion that goes out to the edges of the universe from them as a point of singularity. That is all your energy filling up each ether. You exist in all of the ethers and expanding out from the center one. And this how you get this symbol. Essentially, the Hindu is saying you're a ripple effect. The Hindus are saying you are a ripple effect. And upon landing here, it was like an EMP. It was a ripple effect sent out from you and permeating your infinite consciousness and separating it into 7 dimensions called ethers. And because of that, we have to be born in and out of each one. And this is why he got 7 heads. The same reason you got 6 more heads and 6 more dimensions other than this one. You go to those when you dream. Now, about to go deep in a minute. Hold on. Well, we already deep on a startup. So when you see him coming up, you notice a man is emerging out of a serpent. And that would be the same as this. See the name Jonah? It's the word genie. And the genie's lamp is the well. It's the world that we're in. And like I was saying, we all made our own portal to enter this world. And we will all have to make our own portal to exit this world. This is the secrets of childbirth. And this is what they're calling the Milky Way. This is also what they're reverse engineering with CERN, and we're about to go into that in a minute. This is the real UFO, guys, that's going to take us in and out of other dimensions. Man has managed to reverse engineer the most miraculous thing about life, and that's childbirth and death. I'm going to say that again. The most advanced secrets in this universe is the secrets of life and death. These became watered down in religion when they told you, hey, ain't nothing special about life and death. When you die, you just go to heaven or hell. Now, they know they lying. That's why they're trying to reverse engineer the secrets of life and death while keeping you away from it with religion. Now, watch this. What religion didn't tell you was that you are already immortal. Can't nobody promise no dang on infinite being immortality unless it has deceived that infinite being like it's a bag of flesh and bones and it's finite. Religion has put a stain on things of spiritual matters, and now anybody talking about this stuff is thrown in the same box as religious priests. But I'm here today to show you the science behind it like I've been doing all the many other days. Check this out, y'all. Again, we got to link this into KanyeWest real quick because everybody's showing you this same concept of the one being mounted on Mount Calvary. Each one of us was born by ourselves and gonna die by ourselves. The only thing in synchronicity is this North Pole concept. Duality is an illusion of expansion away from this point. Now check this out, guys. We see how this light, once it reaches the pyramid, it gets separated into a, see this pyramid, you can look at it like this. Let me show you something. Because I really want you to understand and see this how I see it. And sometime I can show you how it's in my mind a little better. So watch this. Here is what this pyramid is. This pyramid right here is the tip of your macabre right here. We just zooming in on it. Now, when you get ready to leave this thing, you don't leave as a human body. All of the light inside of your human body is extracted out of the top of this thing, just like we see here, just like it entered the macabre. See, watch this. Let me show you something. Before you came to this earth, this star was empty. Guess how this star was made? Watch this. I'm finna blow you away. I'm gonna blow you away. I ain't gonna tell you yet. I'm gonna make you wait for it. It's that fire. Watch this. I want to see if I can find something. Watch this, yo. You know what? Fuck it. I'm taking too long. Let's get back to it. I'm gonna have to go say the dramatics, right? Basically, you got a triangle pointing up, a triangle pointed down. Watch this, right? When your mama and daddy came together, that's what they made. I want you to think about what I'm saying. When those two triangles came together, at the same time your mama and daddy was coming together. And they were building this Merkaba, this starship, this vortex, which is a portal that would eventually siphon you inside of it. And once you entered this Merkaba, you were projected in the world, born in your own Taurus field, out of your mama, in your own bubble. What made this macabre was your mom and daddy. That's the two DNA strands tethering together, guys. You just so happen to be a light being, right? That was on a horizontal trajectory through the heavens. And right at the moment when the sperm hit the egg, the top triangle hit the bottom triangle. They crashed together. And there you were. Doctor said, yep, when the sperm hit the egg, that mean a baby gonna be born. But on a macro spiritual level, the sperm hitting the egg, the mama hitting the daddy, the bottom triangle clashing with the top triangle, your higher self being repaired with your lower self. All of this is a couple of actions synced together with one action on many dimensions. On the earth, your mom and dad are getting it on, and the biology of how that worked with the sperm and the egg on the micro, we know how that worked, all right? But at the same time, a shooting star just was traveling through the sky, but in its path, guess what happened? Woo, a black hole opened up and swallowed that shooting star. Imagine a shooting star traveling through the heavens, and right in front of it, this portal opens, boop, intercepts it, closes up. The sperm hits the egg, the top triangle merges, traps you in the bottom triangle, boom. Now, this is no different than you catching a bug outside with a lid and a jar. The bug is just flying on its way. Next thing you know, it's jarred inside of a new world that you got for it in this jar. That big bang for birth is the jar closing, sealing you in. In religion, they call it the Great Seal. That's the big bang, the crashing of the This would be what a bug would hear as it's jarred in its new world. It's born in this new little world with a culture, and it never ever leaves again until death does it apart. You ever caught a bug in a jar? Did you ever release it before death? If you ever release that bug before death, that's no different than a person astral projecting. Bugs get released, they come back, come in. The jar is the genie's lamp. Here's the genie in the lamp once again, so that we can understand that the light man mounted on top of cavalry was a very symbolic gesture to say, I have left the earth. I've left the earth. Jonah is the genie being liberated from the lamp, like we see here in the Hindu. But to be at the 0 degree point on earth is what he's representing here, meaning I'm done. I passed my class and I was able to exit the earth. Here it is in Christianity right here. We can see Jesus coming up out of the vesica Pisces. The heart is a portal. And in the middle of your chest is how the consciousness is released out of the body. And that would be, where's my little macabre one more time? Everybody hit like, do me a favor and hit like for me. Let's get the numbers and hit like for me. Let's keep this series jumping. So here's the heart right here. This front tip, that's the dimension of the heart chakra right here. So as we lay on our back, when we're prepared for death, they lay us on our back, not our stomach. Listen, we're born in a fetal position. Why don't they bury us in a fetal position? Because the energy, once it works its way all throughout the different vortexes of the body, all of it bursts out of the chest like Superman. The energy bursts out of this central point. This is what the North Pole is. This represents the pyramid right here. See, the heart and the mind are what's gonna aid in this ascension thing. That's why I was showing you it's gonna be between the crown, the heart, and the root. The thing is, all the heavenly side, the hellish side, it's gonna even out and cause ascension through the middle. In other words, think of it this way. Energy coming from the sky and energy coming from the ground, right? A vertical crash would cause the energy to flow horizontal. You know what I mean? If I had a water balloon in my hand, if I had a water balloon right here and I clapped horizontally, the water would skeet vertically up and down. It's impossible for me to smash the water balloon horizontally and the water splash horizontally. It's a polarity law. If I smash the water balloon horizontally, all of the matter will be dispersed vertically. And if I smash it vertically, all of the matter be dispersed horizontally. That makes sense to you? Even if you clap your hands horizontally, you can feel the air being released vertically. Like, think about car collision. So my thing is this. It's similar to this. It's the same thing, right? With this energy I'm showing you here now. So when you land on your back, these two triangles, the one at your head and the bottom, when they come together, the energy is going to burst out of the chest upward toward the heavens. Now, if they bury you on your stomach, It wouldn't change nothing. I don't think that'll change nothing. I'm just saying it's human ritual. The reason we don't bury a person any kind of way, like in the fetus or on the stomach, is because, in my opinion or research here, it was keeping this concept in mind. It was just trying to honor this whole ritual and concept. So you laying on your back and your heart is pointed toward the sky, your soul is released out of your heart, boom, that make a lot of sense. But now check this out. This is what this chart represents. And then I want to just go deep with this resurrection thing, because the highest chakra is the heart vortex. The highest peak of all the chakras, the tallest one, is the heart energy field. And that's the one that make it to the sky. Let me show you something real quick. Let me show you. If you look at all these chakras, look at the symbol for the heart chakra. See, that heart chakra is a 6-pointed star. Because look, think about this, right? A triangle is 3 points, right? A triangle is 3 points. You got 3 chakras above the heart and 3 chakras below the heart. Those 3 chakras are making triangles like this. They ain't just stacked on each other. The 3 chakras below your heart, they are making a triangle that's pointed upward. And the 3 chakras above your heart, those are the 3 points of a triangle pointed downward. And the heart ties them together at the chest. This is what locks you in your DNA prison. Your DNA mama daddy Taurus field here. You see here? Your daddy is giving you the testosterone, your mama giving you the estrogen, masculine, feminine. You can, and your whole life gonna be a battle between those and trying to balance the two. And that's why everything messed up in the world today. We're not being taught about this energy that's inside of us and how to harness it. So everybody out of control with their sex energy, with their emotions out of control, rage, anger, depression, because we haven't been taught we are energetic beings, and that if the energy is in motion, you need to be directing the traffic. It's a lot of stuff that's going on that they ain't teaching us that's happening on an unseen level, and they've limited science to only what you can see. The only time you can talk about the unseen is when they giving you some fake space crap, like what I was showing you with the Milky Way. And then they try to make you see that with deception, when really all of this is this same vortex energy I'm telling you about. Now let's talk about Kanye West and show you, because now that we know all of this means ascension. Look at this guy here. When we leaving this earth, this is what's happening right here. Out of the middle of our brain, out of the middle of our heart, there's an alignment that happens, and we get beamed up to God once we align. Beam me up. Think about it. If a spaceship is trying to suck you up, it can't do it right if you're not directly aligned up under that light. That light represents Christ. This is why we always talk about being in alignment with God and all that stuff. Standing upright, because look, this is what ascension looks like. I can show you pictures of Enoch right now, and then we can look at here's what I'm showing you here, because a lot of people may laugh at my little crazy drawing, but here is another way to look at it. This is religious art. I'm showing the same thing. And so this is what Raelism hid from us. And it's no longer for us to be alienated to our astral body, our souls. That's what religion has done. Now let's move on and tie this into some Kanye West symbolism. Now that we know when Christ said, I'm the light, right? And that he's mounted on Calvary ascending, we don't ascend in the flesh. We ascend in the light body, in this heavenly robe that's pure white, and it don't get a stain. What is that? An anointed body. Boom. This is what we're talking about here. I can even show you other concepts of this in Samaria if that's something you guys would like real quick. That won't take nothing but a minute. Let's do it, since we want to be thorough before we go to Kanye. And then we're going to go and read some of this stuff and break it down. Christ rising. You see Christ with his arms open, Mr. God Master. You can see him here rising up. He's mounted on top of Calvary. See, the Christ risen, right? This Christ that you see that made it out of the Babel Tower. See, and what you got to realize, and it's so much I got to get into. Let me show you what this tower is. We got to skip around. And I got to now skip to my little sources so that you can, because now a lot of folks may think I'm tripping. Here go the Babel Tower. Here go the Kaaba Cube that they worshiping in the Middle East. Science is a religion that gives man the ability to play God. And you better believe that what I'm about to show you is something we need to be alarmed about. Watch this. You ever seen them people wear a tefillin on their head? Remember I showed y'all that? Look, this is what they wearing. You see this black cube on their head? This is what they can use to transmit your consciousness from out of your head. They already putting these on people's heads. So if you think I'm doing pseudoscience, then you the fool. Matter of fact, let me show you something. They was testing this with rats years ago. Hold on. Thank Elon Musk, because his name means alien. Look at this, bro. They already putting these on humans now. You know, this was years ago. Now look at that right there. Everybody had the mark on their forehead. In the near future, this is what everybody gonna be. Everybody gonna look like a damn unicorn. A damn unicorn. And they gonna be able to get to the other side of the rainbow. Mythology has a very eerie truth to it when it comes to religion, technology, the nature of our universe. But it's not scary once you start understanding it. Just check the symbolism out. Understand that you've already been sucked inside of a technological machine. This quantum computer right here is what we see right here. We ain't the first to build a beast. Man has been trying to get free out of this thing. All of these little layers you see, those are universes that you're born in. You started at the bottom, like Drake said. And guess what? You gotta be born all the way up this stairway to heaven till you can reach the throne, like I showed you. This is a stairway. Each of these circles is a flat earth circle with the North Pole in it. It's its own torus field. We're in one of these right now. In other words, dude, this is the damn genie's lamp. This is the genie's lamp. Now, I bet you I'm losing a lot of people today. But guess what, though? If you think I'm all right, y'all ain't ready to go deep, man. Let me read some to you about Raelism. Let me read some to you real quick. Raelism, also known as Raelianism, is a UFO religion founded in 1970s France by Claude Varallon, known as Rael. Scholars of religion classify realism as a new religious movement. And stop right there. Realism ain't no new movement. Realism is the foundation of all religion. It predates religions. Religion was created when man started to worship this technology of immortality. Let me show you something. You see this little DNA pattern, that Kundalini pattern going up the spine right there? That is your path up and down this tower. Your energy is flowing through a supercomputer, Neo, just like the Matrix. And your spinal cord is literally the pole in the middle of the computer. All of our chakra layers are the different versions of us that was born on each heaven. It's 7 heavens in this thing. Let me show you something. I knew the deeper I go with this thing that I would probably have folks like, okay, now you going too deep. Yeah, you ain't ready for it, man. Look at this right here. I'm trying to show you what this thing is. And I don't mind folks saying I sound crazy. Check this out. These chakra layers you see around the body are the different layers of a quantum computer. Now, I'm finna explain to you why the Joker, prisoners, and all these people wear pinstripes. Look at it. The devil, the whole concept of pinstripes, like with Freddy Krueger. The whole concept of pinstripes, like with prisoners, with clowns. Clowns wearing pinstripe, because a clown is a clone. The word clone. And they wearing the pinstripes because they are behind the bars, which is we're inside of one of these. This was the golden calf Moloch. They sacrificed souls to it, and you were one of those souls that they sacrificed. Now, you want to know my theory? They sacrificed us in a future universe so that we can go back and learn time travel like the Mayan. Y'all say I can go deep as I want, right? I believe in a future universe, which is also a past universe somewhere in ancient Babylon. We created the most future technology. We created time travel in the past. We traveled to the future, and we started to lose our humanity the more and more technology evolved in the future. And in order to get that humanity back, I think this is a movie they made too, where in a future world, they started sending souls back in time to the old world to figure out how we destroyed the world. Because we had evolved into, in the past, the Egyptians, the Babylonians, all them cheated death. They started time traveling. They broke a lot of rules, and it trapped souls inside of these dimensions. The only way they can undo this shit, in my opinion, they're in a future parallel universe, and they sent some of the babies, they sacrificed them into the quantum computer to go back to the old world to see how we destroyed it. Now, in my little crazy theory, once we finally born out of this computer, you're gonna be briefed. Some higher beings are gonna sit you down and ask you about this place, and everybody gonna confirm the same story. We were stupid as fuck. We fucking started global warming. The technology went crazy. We gonna tell this story, and it's gonna tell this future beings, and they're gonna try to re-edit this whole thing to try to alter time to fix this thing before the great fall and bring us back. So think about this, right? I'm just, y'all giving me the ability to exercise my mind power. So I'm gonna do it, right? What I'm saying ain't all to it. There's more I want to say on that, but I'm gonna stop right there and skip around. I want to talk about something and read on. The group is formalized as the IRM, International Raëlism Movement. And it's, hold on, Raëlism teaches, here's the part I want to get to. Raëlism teaches that an extraterrestrial species known as the Elohim created humanity using their advanced technology. Y'all see that? Now, y'all know that the word Elohim is a very ancient Hebrew word. And to be dealing with such an ancient word and then saying that these beings created man with advanced technology, now we got to ask, what was that advanced technology? Well, the Elohim gave us clues. In the Bible, it said, let us make man in our image. Right? Let's use that as some evidence and let's research it. What was the advanced technology that the Elohim used to make man in their image? Well, it started off with let there be light. Now, here is man being made in the image of light. It's just a very simple thing. When the Elohim represents an ancient, advanced civilization of humans that achieve God-like technology on this earth. They became gods with the technology they achieved. And guess what? With that power, they were able to create their own universes and harvest consciousness in those universes. Guess what? You're one of those conscious beings. Why did we go to the Elohim's universe? Why would that allow it to be happen? Why wouldn't we be born in the true heaven? Elohim, all of this Eli, the God El, is because it's elementary. It's elementary school. Whenever you see E-L-E, that's the word Hulu, Halo, Helios, dealing with the Saturn test system. You being tested. See, everybody got to descend for they ascend, and a king got to be a foot soldier before he rise to the throne. The foot soldier lives in the footstool of God. Anybody on this trampoline got to push theyself down before they can launch theyself up. Any bullet in this gun, I'm going to have to pull it back and cock it back before I can launch it forward, just like any bow, any arrow from this bow. That's a science to the universe. If you're going to be launched back to your throne or your true seat of power, the first spot you go to is here. If I tell everybody to jump right now, y'all going to bend down first. Check this out, y'all. We are an advanced species of spirits, but we can't unlock what we are until we make it out of this tower like Jonah did, like the rest of the gods did. You being tested right now. You being tested right now. See, that's why I said, y'all think it's a game, and it is, but it's also a test, baby. Your birth was fake. You're running a simulation, just like Neo. You see this dude being born up out of this, that's your final birth. After that, see, now think about this, right? He's gonna get briefed. These gods that you see on the outside, these are the ancient ancestors that built this tower, and this is how you get in this thing. This is Jonah coming out the well. Now, let me show you something about Kanye West so you can see that a lot of these people in power, right, they know about this stuff. In fact, they are old souls that are keep traveling to this world to relive their bliss in their heaven. But in order to do that, they got to make all of us slaves. Now, watch this. Here go a book I keep showing you. This dude here is an occultist. And what I like about this book, and I didn't read it, I just read, you know how you go online and it tell you what the book about and all that. Trust me, I'm going to read it though. But this dude, this is the Jonah coming out the well and all that. And you see when you get on this top mountain, the veil come up off of your face. Look at it, the veil coming up off of her now. Now look at here. Here is your boy Kanye West. See how Kanye keep disappearing and coming back? They swapping the man out. Man, we've been talking about body doubles, clones. We've been talking about all this shit for years, bro. And I know I get laughed at talking like this, but I really believe this shit, man. This is what I really think our reality is way deeper than what the fuck we been led to think on. And once you go on a rabbit hole hunt that I've been on, yeah, bro, I think if you ain't ready for the truth, just go somewhere else, man. Cause I'm gonna go deep with you. Now check this out. Here is Kanye West. You know what that mountain is? That's the whale's mouth. You don't see the crack right there? It's all symbolism. Because him emerging out of that volcano top, back in the ancient day, they had a god called Vulcan. Now drop a 1 in the chat room if you ever heard of the god Vulcan. That god Vulcan is the god that emerges from the volcano, from the tube, from the pipe. And when you take the M off Mario, of course, you get Oreo, aura. The light is what he represents. Mario traveled in and out of different worlds through pipes, through towers, through the whale's mouth. Let's take a look at Kanye here. It's time to open the eyes, guys. Ain't nobody gonna break it down this simple. So if you can't see it when I show it, you probably ain't gonna see it. God damn it. Now they sent me to break this shit down from a country boy simple perspective. And the ancestors said I'm doing a damn good job. Hey, with the collages and all that shit. Now you got to see how I see this thing. A lot of y'all see, because this little crack that you see Kanye coming up out of, look, that's releasing the light that's trapped inside of the brain. These 2 hemispheres of the brain, that's the whale's mouth. Your brain got your mind trapped inside, and your mind can't get out of your brain until it goes through the labyrinth. You know what the labyrinth look like? This vortex up and down your spinal cord. It looks like the maze inside of this tower right here. You know what that is? The DNA matrix. It's 7 levels and you gotta untangle out of each floor. And don't worry, you're doing it. You will. Now check this out. Your brain is let me show you something. The real you is this light in the middle of your brain. But think of a maze tricks, like Pac-Man board. That's Pan's Labyrinth. This is what your brain is, a labyrinth. But your brain got your consciousness in it. Your consciousness is like the white mouse trying to make it out the maze. This is what we're in. So think of the maze as your brain, and the mouse is your pineal gland. In order for this white mouse to move its way to go out the top, to burst out the top, it literally got to work its way through all of the brain highways and separate itself. In other words, this egg got a crack, and then it's gonna fall through the layers of the brain and unify back again on the other side. See, that's what I'm telling you about all of this concept of pilot ejection seat. But it's got to go through the brain matrix. So that's called Pan's Labyrinth. That's what your body is, but we're mastering the body. See, the whole thing about mind above matter, the whole thing about ascension is You can't trap a rat that grows big enough to see over the hedges. Them little rats that ain't expanded their mind, they can't see over them hedges. They in the maze. Let me explain something to you. This knowledge is opening up the third eye. That's making us start to see this reality from a whole nother dimensional perspective. That would be the rat that's in the maze that start growing height. He can see over the hedges now, and now that's kind of a cheat code. You know why? Because like I told you with Mario, the cheat code is to go through the pipe, and you can skip through all them goddamn worlds. See, all of them worlds want to lead you doing this the hard way, through Pan's Labyrinth, through the little white rat going through all this, you know what I'm saying? But the shit that I'm trying to activate right now is what's coming from the universe at this time is what they scared of. Because that's the cheat code. That's the shit that when we activate this, ain't no goddamn maze no more. Ain't no little games and no little labyrinth. It's just the pipe that go boom. That's what I was telling you about, that ejection button. That's letting me, the rat, see over the damn hedges and just hop right on out the goddamn square. And when the rat, think of what I just told you, because I'm trying to show you the symbolism with this. Watch this. See, when the rat grow wings, your little game is over. Because guess what? He just gonna fucking fly up out the box. And when the rat flies up out the box, they got a symbol for it. Cheat code. Right here. Look. Here go Christ mounted on top of Calvary. See, think about this, right? Christ was mounted on Calvary. Calvary is the cube of Saturn. Him being on top of it means he cracked the Rubik's Cube. He cracked the Rubik's Cube. And that's how he's now on top of Calvary in the victory seat. That's Jack coming out the box. That open box is the whale's mouth. That open box is the whale's mouth. That's the wormhole. And if you look at what's allowing Jack to do that, is literally a spring. We have Easter and springtime, spring, resurrection, spring. And if you still think I'm lying about, see, all of these toys and folklores and mythologies got some truth behind them, man. You just got to know how to decipher it. Look at this right here. This is how we get the Jack in the Box shit. You see that? That's no different than this. This little spiral that he on, that's the Kundalini energy. You're being held back so you can be launched forward, man. That's what this energy is in you, this little Kundalini serpent in the spine that I keep showing you right here. See, imagine Jack in a box waiting to be popped out. This is what he would look like. Now, when you ascend to the top of this thing, you're going to look just like Kanye right here. Just like this cover, just like this brother, just like Jack. You are inside of a little bitty, let me show you what that box is right there one more time. Show y'all what that box is one more time. Hold on. Here it is. Here it is. This what you in, man. You're in a Teflon. And don't the word Teflon sounds like tough land, wilderness? You in the beast, the belly of the beast, in the tough land, In the wilderness, you're in the what? The tough land or the Teflon. Teflon. Don't let them play with y'all with these words, man. I do this. Y'all be thinking this shit so deep, you just gotta open your eyes and ears. It's another language going over your head. That's why I like etymology and syncretism, because they playing us like children and talking over our head like mom and daddy. Look at this rat right here. Look at here. This rat is outside of its body. Its mind is in a computer. See, the consciousness is in this black cube, and then it's beaming that shit into a simulation in a computer, and they are watching this rat run around in a computer. They knowing that its body in the box is like a zombie sleepwalking. See, the real zombie apocalypse is a world where everybody is really beaming their mind into a alternate reality, augmented reality, virtual reality, a simulated layer of reality over our reality. And if you could look at the real you, you would look like a zombie, like somebody with virtual reality goggles on, swinging at the air like this rat, like all of the ancient people that resurrected in their little zombie suits, knocking stuff over. Y'all see it all the time. They show you the zombie, he's goofy, he can't, right, because he's in another dimension. This is what we're talking about here, mind beaming. Your body can be here, but your mind can be light years away. We know that without the chip. So this is what it looks like. This is such an ancient concept that, guys, that's how I can really like, even science said, if we can start now understanding time travel, simulation, and mind beaming and all that in our time, then it's possible that ancient civilizations did, advanced ancient civilizations did. And they say that if that's possible, then we probably won't be the first generation to cheat death or create time travel. And then what brings it all home is when the smart guy said, well, duh, if we achieve time travel and we able to go way back in the past, you would need another portal in the past. Duh. That means if I want to visit ancient Egypt, the pharaohs in Egypt already built the time machine, and each of these dates, right? Each of these dates where each generation built their own time machine, those are called checkpoints. And you can time travel from and shoot to those dates. Those checkpoints are chakra points. The word chakra, the word check comes from the word chakra. We can go pull up the etymology, which is chakra. Chakras are checkpoints through the ethereal dimensions. Each one is a check. It's a checkpoint system. Nike sign of victory, right? And we want to know why. So when we put the check mark in the box, symbolize completion. The check mark is you, the energy. The box is the cube of Saturn. We said that's completion. If you think of a top of a sperm head inside of an egg and think of that check mark in the box, you will see that only the head of that check mark is in the box. Matter of fact, we got to show and prove. Everything we do is symbolic, and I want to show y'all some shit. Because I done figured this shit out. Thanks to the ancestors and the flat earth shit. Watch. Watch this, y'all. They show us these pictures so much, right? They'll show you like the sperm's head stuck in the egg with his tail out. That's symbolic to me. That's symbolic to me because all of this shit lines up. Like I said, a sperm The check in the box is the jack in the box. Like, that's what I was telling you. The word jack is the word jack. You see the word check and the word jack sound the same. And if you look at this check right here, they turned this into the Mario boot. I know some of y'all gonna be like, he reaching. Nah, that's the Mario boot. Guess what else that is? The Santa Claus candy cane. Guess what else that is, y'all? Papa Lek Bar's pipe. Papa Lek Bar's pipe. It's the Santa Claus candy cane. They said that this God's number was 7. 7 in a box. Now I'm finna expose you circle 7 niggas. Now I'm gonna expose you circle 7, 5%, all of you niggas. You more niggas, everybody with that circle, with that 7 in it, I'm gonna show how y'all Masonic and Boule. Don't worry, I got you, loan you up right now. Load your ass up right now. And you can say, Brother Sanchez, brothers don't mean that with us. Well, you shouldn't be using it. You're using signs you don't know nothing about. You're an agent then. Nah, you ain't fooling me that Jay-Z don't know that. They got pictures of this man way back in the goddamn 1600s. Jay-Z probably 10,000 years old. That nigga's a soul. That's good. Man, I look at this world different than most folks. And if I really shared this shit like that, well, too late. The world already think a nigga crazy. Let me show you something. Don't you know when you say Elohim, that's how you get the name Allah? Why won't none of them teach you that? Let's pull it up. Look at the etymology of Elohim. What comes up? Allah. Why ain't none of them gonna tell you that? Why ain't none of them gonna tell you that the word hilo is the word illo, which is the word elite? These are the elite, the Eloha, or the Eloah is what they call them, an Elohist, Elijah. See, when you talk about the word Elo, guess what the word Elo is? Halo, halo. All of these gods that wear a halo, Elo, Elohim. Now, what is the H-I-M? The H-I-M is the word. Oh, yep. Let me go ahead and show your butt something. We going deep today. You know, with this series, it's going to get deeper and deeper. That's my way of saying, if you sticking with me for each part, I ain't going to let you down. Look at the word heme. What is the word heme? Anaheim, California. And this kind of heme, oberheim, and heme. What is himwa? It's the word home. Home is heme. So let's put them together, because the word heme is home, and the word elo is halo, and when you put them together, you get halo home. Where is the doggone halo home? Asgard. The Elohim are the ones that projected themselves down to the earth from Asgard, from the astral garden, or our halo home, the home in the heavens at the North Pole. In fact, they've been showing you this in the movies. Watch this. Watch this. They said that the Northern Lights is a ancient advanced city in a place called Hyperborea where advanced beings live. Watch this. In a lot of movies, they show this. I'm going to try to pull it up, though, because I think it's called, damn, I put it up just a minute ago. They called it His Dark Materials, I think. That was the series they did it. Let's see. His Dark Material. Yeah, here we go. So in this movie, this scientist blew up. He got popular because he figured out that the Northern Lights were really the holographic projection of a heavenly city. Watch this, y'all. I'm going to show y'all something. The northern lights are like this, the way they move and stuff. Have you ever seen the northern lights? Let's look at the northern lights and let's compare it to holography, and I'm about to blow y'all away today. Not gonna play with you. You people came for advanced stuff, and hey, S gonna give it to you, S gonna give it to you. Look at here. Look at the nature of the northern lights. Doesn't it look the same way like this? Like a person taking psychedelics? Yeah, you tapping into the holographic. Guess what you doing? When you taking them psychedelics and you seeing all them little patterns like that, people say when you take psychedelics, the world around you just become liquid. It just start to fade away, man. You enter this another world because you taking a hallucinogen, right? You just opened up a stargate in your mind. And the reason the reality start to liquefy is because you're going behind the wall. You can stir up this reality on the astral plane and it'll start to disturb the waters. And once you start to accelerate that, you'll see the other side. And that's when y'all start your hallucination. Now, as long as those waters are in motion, you opening up this portal to the other side, but when it settles, that's your high settling down. And you coming back to this dimension. This is why reality liquefies when you're taking that stuff. It's doing basically this right here. It's stirring up the light that's making up our reality, and the stirring up of the light that's making up our holographic reality is used to create another reality above this one. So the northern lights represent all the ethereal light that's leaving our dimension, and it's all exiting at that 0 degree point that I was telling you. And it will ascend to create a whole nother city in the heavens. The people in that city probably will ask the same questions we ask. Where did all of the physical material come from to make our world? It came from us. These lights represent the soul of the dead. The aurora borealis is literally the word aura. This is the aura of man leaving the earth. In a borehole or borealis. So it's a green serpent entering a hole. So that's the way they showed you this in the Hindu. So that's ascension. All of that light, when they ascend up to this point, they manifest inside of this world. And like I told y'all earlier, when you born in these worlds, your energy fills up this whole universe with you. You now explode your energy out into that universe. See, science say when a star is born, it bursts its guts all through the universe, right? They know what I'm teaching. They just telling you in another way. You the star bursting your guts through the universe. And the candy that we eat called starburst is stacked up in different colors like the Babel Tower in a cube-like cylinder. Starburst, and then the water breaking. All of this is symbolism. But check this out. His dark materials, the dark materials is the materials that make the holographic matrix. We turn our light into darkness. In other words, we damn ourselves as we expand the light, and we everybody together is helping to create the universe. When certain people leave the earth, you can feel their presence gone. Like you sleep in the bed with 3 of your cousins and one of them got up, but you kept sleeping. Even though you can feel something left the bed like that. You can, like if your loved one pass away, boom, you can feel something. So we're pulling away our energy that we filled up. We all filling up this terrarium. We're infinite explosions. But the barriers of this earth containing us. But it can't, the only way, see what's happened is once we enter this thing, we explode. And all our energy fill this thing up from the middle all the way out. And then when we leave, we implode and go back up this mountain right here as a beam of light. You see that tree right there? That's why I was just showing you with Jack coming out the box. See how Mario throwing them peace sign? What I showed you about peace, what peace means. I showed you that. And look at the shape of this God emerging up out of that tube. You see there? And if you look at his wings open, he's like the tree at the top of this mountain. This is just telling the same story over and over. Now give me a minute. We finna go forward. We ain't stopping. We keeping forward. Let's go. Take me something to drink. See, same stuff. We're going to start with symbolism, and then we're going to go back to our notes and stuff. We're going to get through these notes today. But I really want us to see this symbolism, though. So check this out, right? We got our boy Kanye that's showing you this same concept, right? Let's take the, you see the jack coming out the box, right? And we comparing that to the check coming out the box. Jack in the box is check in the box. The check in the box is literally no different than jack in the box. All of this symbolism is synced together, sperm and the egg. So let's go back to the 5% nation. The Circle 7 groups are all based upon what? The Abrahamic faith. They all love to talk about what? Allah, Allah, Allah. You know why? Allah is the Elohim. The word Allah is a plural word. It's not a singular word. All right? The word Allah is equivalent to Elohim. I'm showing it to you. So what we got to realize is that Allah is basically hala, like a screen. And a screen on the top of a mountain will produce echoes. And what do they tell you? We live in an ecosystem, an ecosystem. And I already went over that in previous streams. How the true self is at the top of the mountain. And when they said, let us make man in our image, that was echoed 6 times in the underworld. And here we go with 7 chakras. The Elohim are the ones that occupy this spaceship in the sky. But they beam themselves from their spaceship onto the earth. And they showed you this in the movie Avatar, when the white soldiers had to get in the avatar body to go to the world. They never left their ship. They only left their ship via out-of-body experience. In this movie, His Dark Materials, this dude went to the North Pole and he has some technology to basically translate the northern lights to help us kind of see what we're seeing into. And what he discovered was those northern lights was a whole city in the heavens. They call that the city of Asgard. The city of Asgard. As a matter of fact, let me show you some more about this city. Hold on a minute. Let me show you some more. Here it is. Right here. This is Balkan cosmology. And that go to cube, all of that. Look at there. Here go the city in the middle of the earth. That's called Elohim or Halo Home. This is our Halo Home. The sky that is spinning above your head is a big mothership, man. Watch this. Watch this. Our sky, watch this. Our sky is a huge mothership. And you are literally beamed up out of here through the central star in the middle, right there. This is what our sky is, man. You're not on a globe. You're inside of a torus field. You're on a carousel. You're in a carousel type. And this is what even the Balkan said. Look at here. All of us are helping to spin the heavens because every human is a vortex that's spinning. And by the heavens, the energy field around us humans, it projects from you all the way to the sky, man. We some powerful beings. And that energy is what's helping to levitate the sun, levitate the moon. The sun and moon are floating on a huge ocean of electromagnetic energy that each sentient being in this little bubble has fit. We flooded this place. Everything with sentient energy inside of this bubble, it burst that energy outward and flooded it with an energy. All of that together is the great flood, water breaking, pregnancy. Every new being born here is introducing a new energy into this ocean. They're flooding it with their energy. So check this out. All of that energy is spinning. Imagine this thing is this little world that you see here, it's spinning around. But what's hanging from it is the zodiac, like a carousel. And that's how the night sky is going around. But it's really sitting on top of a huge ocean of energy that we're making. Each being launching its energy field out. And that energy is spinning out. Your torus field is spinning. So if you set some on, just think of a bunch of spinning torus fields down here, and you sit some on top of it, it's going to start making a wobbly rotation now, like you going to a football game and they doing the wave. And everybody passing that, man. You know when a celebrity jumps in the crowd and the crowd pass him around? That's what we're doing with the sun and moon. And even the Kemetic people showed you this Atlas lifting up the sky. Watch this. The Kemetic zodiac. You got these deities spinning the heavens. Watch this. Look at them here. Each one of us humans' energy on this earth is helping to rotate the heavens. The more humans leave this earth, guess what, y'all? The sky is going to start slowing down. And scientists are already talking about that, if you want to call me pseudoscience.
Oh, my God.
Scientists said in the near future, the earth going to have a pole shift where our sky, our stars and all of that slows down to and eventually come to a complete halt. And they said when that happened, everything on earth will simply be obliterated to extinction within a few hours. Like 4 hours. From a whole world to nothing. I just watched a documentary on that. Because all of our energy in this realm is helping to keep the art just like we see here. Each one of us is helping to spin the heavens like a big pizza we tossing. Up and down and round and round. That's the name of the game. And if you look at what it's making, again, it's a clown collar. Imagine a frisbee that's rotating on the floor and it's got an even energy. It's spinning, but it's also wobbling. That's what they're telling the earth doing, revolving and rotating. It's just, so this is what's going on. And when enough of us start uploading into another universe, the heavens will slow down. Imagine a bunch of these guys just disappearing. Eventually, this thing will stop spinning the more people we take away. from this thing. We collectively making it. There's going to be a great shift in our time based on people going inside of this new mind, uploading they doing and all that. They going to cheat death and open up the portal. And that shift they telling you is going to be a pole shift that's going to it's going to end this world. But by then, they will have made a new world. Everybody be going to help spend that one. When they said, come spend time with me, this is what we're doing. We're spending time together, literally.
Oh my God.
If time is created by the rotation of the heavens, and we see here in the Kemetic description that we're all spending time together. Damn, that's crazy. Yes. Literally and non-literally, because it's a paradox. It's just crazy how these words just, when it clicks, you know. We say a lot of stuff in our society, in the lexicon, and we don't know the science of where this stuff come from. Come spend some time with me. When two people connect together, they on their own time. Time may be going very slow to them, but the world outside will be moving fast, or time may speed up with them. They said time fly when you're having fun. An hour ain't perceived the same to everybody. Time is based on perspective. Because check this out, y'all. All of us is helping to spin the heavens together on a macro level, but on the inside, each one of us is our own miniature universe spinning our own world around us. There's the grand unified theorem, the grand universe that we all partake in, and then that's the macro, the outer, and then the inner universe, which is yours. Don't nobody outside, that's private. That's private. Now, guess what? The inner universe is what we're giving them access to now with technology, with mind uploading. We'll allow them to now access something that was private. Now they can now enter your inner universe, each of us. You see, a lot of things gonna change with man entering these new levels of God-like abilities, and it's nothing new. It's just people been doing this for generations, and it's happening in our time. So they showed about this in this movie. You can go watch it. And again, all of these Circle 7 groups, they know the truth. Allah, you know, Shalom. All of these do like all of these Abrahamic faith groups. These are all of your religions. Think about what I'm telling you. Religion only exists in the technological worlds. In the jungles and in the other places, ain't no religions. It's spiritual systems. Spiritual systems. Everywhere you see religions is everybody is into ufology, Raelism. They news anchors are saying, oh, we spotted a UFO ship over here. Oh, the Pentagon releasing the UFO documents because the Pentagon is the what? Five-pointed star of Satan, releasing the doggone deception, the trickery out there to fool you, false signs in the heavens. Yeah. So I want you to understand something. Let's go to the board. Let me get some, hold on. You got to understand physicality is a matrix. I think the other camera gonna be better for this one. Let's go here. Yeah, that's better for the board. Physicality a matrix, yo. The material world is the matrix world, the material world. Now watch this. All of your gods taught you, even the Mayas said, don't get caught up into materialism, because it will make you one with the god Rael of the underworld. You will be married to him. Mate, Raelism, Raelism. Being born in this underworld mated us with Raelism, this ancient Elohim technology that created our bodies, our avatar, that created the simulation. You wasn't born into sin. You were burned into a simulation like a CD disc. You were burned, copied, cloned. And this advanced technology that created our world and our bodies is materialism technology. It's how the soul becomes flesh by mating with this ancient tech. This shit is old. This simulation is old. And it's based upon realism, what we just read. What we just read. We've been mated and married to this technological system of realism. And we got to divorce it. We got to break the bond. Let me show you guys something. Anybody in my chat room, moderators giving the negative vibes, get rid of them. If they don't want to be here, they don't have to be here. And, you know, I'm not even paying attention to the chat no more, but damn. Yeah, ain't nobody like the level of research I'm giving you. Any haters here? You know, we getting you up out of here. 2023, man, look here. Get on up out of here, man. We ain't got time for it, man. Look at this right here. Now look at this right here. Come on, man. I know what I'm talking about, man. Let's keep this thing moving, though. All of us helped to hold up this whole thing, just like we see in this image right here. You see that? Those ley lines is personified as deities in Kemetic, as deities, and here it is in Christian. Come on, man. Who ain't nobody deciphering this shit like this, and I ain't trying to be egotistical, but let's keep it going. Again, the word Allah is also becomes the word Yahweh, Yahweh and all that stuff. Boom, you know, you could do, they don't want y'all getting into etymology. That's gonna reveal everything. Get into etymology, y'all. Now, let's read, y'all, let's read. We see I went on a rant with this advanced technology so I can show you the quantum computer. So I can show you the advanced technology that we're in that they're calling the golden calf. All right. The halo home or Elohim. When you say Elohim, you're saying crown him, basically. And everyone that's crowned, that means you got a crown chakra. And you is capped inside of the fucking terrarium. Elohim. That means halo that man. Put his light crown on. Halo him. Crown him. Elohim. Elohim. The crowned kings on the earth. The fallen kings who wear the crowns of light. That's you and me. That's what this vortex in the middle of the Raelism represent. That sail in the back of your head. That point where all the ley lines are swirling. Right here. See? Where all those lines of light are meeting at right there. And then they making this big turning panel braiding up like a braid and rope. And that's what's making this Kundalini tower, this Jack's beanstalk to the heavens right here. This is your Rubik's Cube from a top view. This is the cube right here. You do know in the middle of this macabre is a cube. Boom, this is just another way of showing you it's the Rubik's Cube. Now, the Raelism, people into Raelism, they ain't gonna let you know off the top. You gotta peep certain things because it's still kind of a secret society. It's still an elite group with an elite secretive agenda. And the motive behind the agenda can't be known to everybody. That is, if everybody knew these people really wanted to harvest their soul. But people literally saying that in their religion. Like when I was in church, we had a harvest time. And they'll tell you, yeah, because Christ coming back, the great harvest, to harvest the souls. That's when they've dumbed us down and deleted our memory so much in this simulation that we forget who we are. And now at that point, we vulnerable to technology and to hand over our soul. We fall into a low state. And it tell you when they get you at that low state, they gonna start cloning your ass. Look at that, man. Nobody making this up. Now let's keep on going and let me show you what these folks what their mentality is. It's an atheistic religion. Now people, I battle atheists every day. Atheists still have a religion called science. Remember, science denied God, but still gave you the Big Bang. And no, if you ask any atheist where did everything come from, they'll say, bro, the Big Bang. And they think that they ain't in a religion because they just traded the name Allah, the name Jesus, for the name Big Bang. That's just the name of your God, Big Bang. And you know what the Big Bang is? Right here. Everybody worshiping the Big Bang. No matter what religion they in, they worshiping the big kaboom, the Big Bang. But what separate the liars from the truth tellers is we're telling you what caused the Big Bang, because we know we in cause and effect. You can't give us an effect without a cause, but that's what these people do because they're atheistic. They're gonna deny the cause and give you the effect. And that's when you know you dealing with a deceiver. A person that believes in the Big Bang and they asses wasn't there to see it, and they yelling at a Christian who wasn't there to see let there be light.
Stupid.
You hypocrite. That's right. Ain't no such thing as an atheist. It's just a nigga that's denying a cause but still maintaining an effect.
Stupid.
No goddamn such thing as an atheist. It's just a nigga that's denying, goddamn it, that is saying that it's all a polarity, but only giving you one side at the origin point. See, people, let me share something with you. This is a duality, a duot we in. Man and woman, up, down, masculine, feminine, sun and moon. Cause and effect, which is what pregnancy is. Because the man dropped the seed, the effect is a human tree grew. Cause and effect. But what happened is what religion did, it gave us a self-created God that didn't have a goddess. He had a system of rule which was in effect, but no origin point or cause to it, because there is no kingdom without a mother and a pussy and a vagina. Ain't no throne, ain't no kingdom, ain't no soldier, ain't no army, ain't no heaven, ain't no angel. You had to give this God a self-created God when every man got a belly button knowing he come from a woman. And it's as above, so below. Let the will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Motherfuckers are born from women on earth. So God, you see where I'm going with this? Why ain't motherfuckers born from women in heaven? What happened to God and goddess? The Raelism and atheists took it away. And they all anti-woman. So now we got a God with no woman, and you got a Big Bang with no, didn't your mama water break? Boom, that was the Big Bang. They giving you the boom, but not the source site, which is mama. My explosion of life started from between her legs. That's where my life unfolded from. So if micro and macro, when you think about the Big Bang, no, they ain't gonna say that what caused it. Because now we gotta talk about the Great Mother, which is what the Milky Way galaxy symbol is, a womb, which is what you see in the symbol of this Raelism star. We gonna beat up on them. You know we gonna beat up on them. Let me show you about this Raelism symbol. Well, I told you, you circle 7 phonies, I'ma get you with your ass. I'm not scared of none of you goddamn Abrahamic ass, brotherhood ass niggas. I don't like you Jay-Z ass, loving ass, celebrity ass niggas. Circle set, bucket hat wearing ass niggas. This is what the fuck the feds is. It's a fucking form of the Teflon. Yeah, tell them that. Right. Let's show you, boy. I don't fuck with you costume ass niggas like that for real, for real. Noble Drew Ali was in the circus, and I'm gonna do a show on that nigga that's gonna make every mo mad at me. Cause I'm gonna go in with the roasting and the knowledge on Noble Drew Ali. Be on the lookout for it. Be on the lookout for Brother Sanchez spanking some behind in 2023. These guys don't know what they talking about. Now let's get it, y'all. This is what the feds on the head represent. You see that? This what it represent, y'all. All of these circle 7 groups, that 7 is spinning around in the middle of that Merkaba. You see this 7? It ain't just sitting there. It's spinning around in the middle of that star. And you know what that is? The symbol of Raelism. The symbol of Raelism. When you spin that 7 around in the middle of the vortex, you see how they all connected. It's the same religion, all of these Abrahamic faiths. Yeah, man, because Abraham is the god Saturn. All of these white, long beard wearing niggas. Look at here. I told you the devil got this long ass beard on like that black dude on that Devato commercial. Detect this. Goat chin ass niggas. Scruffy thoke ass niggas. Now let's keep this thing moving here. Yeah, we can't never let them goats get comfortable. They goats, ain't it? Yeah, we can't. We ain't gonna let y'all. We gonna make sure we come up and wedge your ass every now and then, fool. Now watch this. It said an atheistic religion. Watch this. Hold on. Show y'all these folks talking about they some atheists. When your God, the Big Bang, an atheistic religion, it holds that the Elohim have historically been mistaken for gods. It claims that throughout history, the Elohim have created 40 Elohim human hybrids. Goddamn, the 40-40 club. Shit, Jay-Z, I'm just thinking out loud. Who have served as prophets preparing humanity for news about their origins. Among them are the Buddha, Jesus, see, all of the gods of Abrahamic faith. I'm telling y'all that Buddha is another little short, smelly, fat motherfucker, just like the Satan and the devil and Bess up in Egypt. Yeah, tell that nigga Sarah, Satan, Satan, and Pharaoh Aten, yeah, bro, let me, you know. Listen, man, y'all Egyptian niggas is worshiping Buddha. That's the god Bess in Egypt, nigga. With his little fat belly, little fool on, like, ooh, I just wanna just beat you up. Just a little spawn clown looking motherfucker. Your God ugly as hell, son. How you gonna lead a great mother and worship this shit, son? Let me show you what your God look like. Y'all niggas out y'all mind. You gonna kneel down to this motherfucker go to Egypt. This is the God best, and then pull this motherfucker out. Man, sit your ass down. I won't smoke with everybody. Yeah, right, nigga. The ancestors didn't tell me to beat you niggas nicely. You've been beating up on a great mother for years, nigga. How y'all niggas abandon a great mother for this nigga here? It's what you did. Look at your God, son. You smoke crack, don't you? Ain't that your God, son? Niggas talking about they got smoke for Buddha. When nigga, you worshiping goddamn Buddha, the golden calf, the golden statue. This man personifying a quantum computer. And you know why his belly's so fat? Cause the souls of man is in his belly. This the God Saturn full off the souls of man. They told you that the beast was devouring the children in the end of Revelation, that the beast was devouring the children. Guess what, nigga? I'm gonna give that beast a tummy ache, and y'all gonna help me. You see, you got to realize you in the belly of a beast that's testing you. And the quickest way for him to spit you out is to kick and say, yep, I'm in your belly, bop, 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 I'm piercing guts and shit, nigga. He gonna, we gotta get Sanchez out of here. Yeah, nigga. We ain't let him back in there, no, cause I'ma fuck you up. You in a good position. What you think Jonah was doing inside of that well? Sticking the fuck out of them guts. Bitch, let me out. See, the rest of them ain't fighting. This beast gonna realize he swallowed one of them motherfuckers that's gonna cause you some pain. Every now and then you get a virus in your stomach ache, and you gotta vomit that up out of there. And you feel so much better after you vomit, don't it? And that's what Jonah made that whale do. You can't just be in the belly of this beast sitting back like this. You got to be in this belly of the beast kicking ass like your boy if you think he gonna let you out. Now, come on now. You gotta call that beast, so I can't wait to get Sanchez the fuck out my belly, nigga. Nigga, my shit, I got shock pains every goddamn way. Shit. Get him out. Yeah, you'll never swallow me again. See, and that's what I'm a virus. You gotta become a virus in the goddamn system. Cyrus the motherfucking virus. Nigga, y'all in this beast belly and you acting like food, settling and becoming a turd. Nigga, I'm in this beast belly and I'm a motherfucking live virus. I'm making this nigga vomit and shit. I'm making these devils regurgitate. Right, all of that damn shit your forefathers been saying for years, but this truth that I'm bringing shining through all that old bullshit, nigga. That Kemet shit, that Abraham, all that, nigga. Yeah, I'm just coming with ancient spirituality. Simple, nigga. Not no atheism, not no dumb shit. And if a person want to get in tune with what their ancestors was in tune to, tell them come over here where the golden wings at. Tell them send them on over there where the golden wings at.
Please like and share the video. And don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell. Be sure to select all so that you can receive notifications every time we go live and upload to the channel.
Yeah, these niggas in this belly of this beast becoming turds. And y'all up in this belly of this beast worshiping. Nigga, I said it, show me your God. He said, this is the God best. From Kemet in 1895. Nigga, come on. Black motherfucking power. Oh, nigga, I'm gonna do a whole show on the Black Power religion. Let me write that down on my board real quick so I don't forget it. Hold on, I ain't even capping, nigga. Black Power presentation, 1 minute and we finna get it. Hold on. Niggas don't know nothing about a tourist field talking about some power, nigga. I don't care what color you put in front of it. We gonna bang on it. Now let's get it. Now let's talk about your God right here, son. I ain't through with this motherfucker. I really want to take some time and just roast y'all niggas gods, but I ain't got time. I got to go and move forward, son, but I just had to show you what you worshiping, what you got your energy tied up into, son. Let me get on back to the knowledge. They got our folks out here worshiping all this shit, bullshit, gods. Old ass white men with long beards and little leprechauns and fat men and just little crazy shit. Elohim and little goblins and ghouls and shit. Let me just read some more of this here. When it's just all about technology. Watch this, y'all. Among them are the Buddha, Jesus, and Muhammad, and Rael himself, the 40th and final prophet. Raelists believe that since the atomic bombing of Hiroshima in 1945, which is when they went to war with Hitler around that time, and look at what the symbol that they adopted. Y'all don't see that this during the same time of Adolf Hitler? And that's Hitler's symbol, the swastika in the middle. I ain't gonna talk no more about that. That's all I'm gonna say on that. You can do the rest. You know that if you want to get my documentary on Adolf Hitler, then, I'll leave a link to that. At the end of this stream, I'll post a link to that documentary on this stream in the video description and pin it to the comments where you can tie that in with the Hitler thing on your own, because that's one of my strikes right now. Now, everybody do me a favor and hit the like button. It said humanity has entered an age of apocalypse in which it threatens itself with nuclear annihilation. Now, guess what, guys? There's a movie that I just watched that was talking about this shit, and damn, man, I wish I could think of the title. Where this chick built the time portal and he kept getting caught in this little warp. And shit, what was the name of that? I just watched it the day before yesterday, man. I'll let you know. I'll even put it in the description or something. But it's always about the world ending and some kind of shit that's gonna wipe out all life on Earth when scientists are researching this advanced technology. I already went over that. Let's move through this. Raelism holds that humanity must find a way to harness new scientific and technological development for peaceful purposes. Ain't that what's going on the Earth, y'all? Isn't that what's going on the Earth right now? Isn't that what's going on right now? You see the science and the religion coming together. Raelism is religion. All of these Abrahamic faiths is Zion, science, the new kingdom of science. They said when they speak of peace comes sudden destruction. We think that we can use more science and more technology to get us out of this trouble, when we just read in the beginning that the ancient gods in the past created this simulation with advanced technology. And we think more and more advanced technology is gonna bring us peace, when this is how war, disease, pestilence, and all this started in the first place. And we think more of that so it's saying that when this has been achieved, the Elohim will return to earth to share their technology with humanity and establish a utopia. Ain't that what all religions teach? That in the end of the world, God gonna come back and make everybody immortal like he was and give everybody a white robe of light just like him. Look at this. Pop Smoke. See, the rapture is already taking place and it's starting with the celebrities first. Just like in the Bible, it was the Enochs and the John of Patmos that ascended to God first. Check this out, because these folks selling their souls. Now, now watch this. All of the religions say that when no matter what religion you in, when the world end and your God come back, he gonna establish a new kingdom where he shared the technology that was in heaven onto the earth. That's what we read. Let me get my camera back up. I don't know why Zoom always timing me out, man. That's something they got to work on. I'm going to have to see how to adjust that or whatever. But yeah, so that's what we've been told. In the Bible, guess what it say? When Christ come back, he ain't going to send y'all to heaven. People think, listen, just hear me out for a minute. All of y'all Christians think when you die, you go to heaven.
Stupid.
When you die, you lay in your grave in purgatory until Christ come resurrect the dead. Ain't nobody dying and going to heaven if you're a Christian. You trapped on the astral plane waiting for Christ to come resurrect the dead. And when Christ resurrect the dead, the living and the dead will live together on earth, because Christ gonna come with the new technology that connects the realm of the dead with the realm of the living. That's called the future, near future technology. That's what I'm telling you. Religion and science was always the same thing. That's what Raelism is. Everybody religion telling them the same thing that the Raelism people are saying. The religion you got can't, listen, Raelism started in the 1600s. Guess when America was founded? Around the 1600s, 1700s. What did they bring over here? Religion. Raelism. The tribes that was here didn't have a religion. They had a spiritual system. Now they are religious. And they believe in a sky daddy that's going to beam them up to the heavens. Because they are religious. They've been given a religion. The people that colonized this land, you got to understand what Christianity is, man. You got to understand what Christianity is, your form of realism. It don't matter how you believe in this alien God that's going to beam you up, Scotty, long as you believe in it. And your religion is your way of believing in it. And different people, they got to make a different religion for them in order for them to understand this lie, this deception. That's why so many different forms in different places. But everybody is saying the same thing, getting everybody hopeful towards cheating death. But you don't have to die again. You'll never age again. The Raelism people came with anti-aging cream. They came with dyes to dye your gray hair out your head so it don't look like you're old. The people in the tribe was like, look at these dummies trying to cheat death, trying to put on creams to stop wrinkles and dyes to stop their hair from graying. Our tribal people was like, yeah, they dummies to us. Now we're like them. Now you can't see reality no other way. These are the people who, see, now check this out, because I want to keep reading. To this end, Raelians have sought to build an embassy for the Elohim that incorporates a landing pad for their spaceship. Oh my fucking God. Oh my fucking God. Watch this, y'all. Watch this, y'all. Oh my God, watch this shit right here.
We physicists are now looking into the brain itself, and we can see blood flow, and we can even see thoughts as they're being created. And we can now show that certain old wives' tales are correct. Every parent, for example, believes that their teenage children suffer from brain damage, act mentally retarded. Absolutely. We will be on the moon, our consciousness, we're going to shoot it into. Now, I personally believe that retarded. Absolutely true. We can quantify the effect. We can measure it by measuring the drop in blood flow to the cerebral cortex. Now, I personally believe that one day we will digitize the entire human brain. And what are we going to do with it? I think we're going to shoot it into outer space. We're going to put our connectome on a laser beam and shoot it to the moon. We will be on the moon, our consciousness will be on the moon in 1 second. 1 second, without booster rockets, without all the dangers of radiation or weightlessness, we'll be on the moon in 1 second. We'll shoot it to Mars. We'll be on Mars in 20 minutes. We'll be on Mars. We'll shoot it to Alpha Centauri. We'll be on the nearby stars in 4 years. And what is on the moon? On the moon is a computer that downloads this laser beam with your consciousness on it.
Oh my God!
If you ever think I'm teaching pseudoscience, just listen to this nigga if you think I'm tripping. This man just told you what they are. These people ain't humans, y'all. These people are not fucking humans. I'm sorry, man. They humans, but they spirit are like from some. Listen, it say Raelians have sought to build an embassy for the Elohim that incorporates a landing pad for their spaceship. Man, that man is telling you about the moon base. Look, Raelians engage in daily meditation because they going to the other side. All of these goddamn celebrities, when they get money, they say, I'm into yoga, I'm into meditation. You into leaving your body now. All of y'all celebrities abandon y'all religions and you step it up a notch because now you ascending to the heavens to meet God. See, these celebrities are like the Enoch of our time, the John of Patmos. Once you get initiated into these elite, the Elohim elite places, you have the out-of-body meeting with the devil on the other side, nigga. The out-of-body experience with Rael. All right, y'all think this shit crazy. Look, Raelians, look, it said Raelians engage in daily meditation. Facts, because these folks that's got money, they knowing about how to astral project. Look, they hope for physical immortality through human cloning. What do we say? Gucci a clone, Jay-Z a clone, Kodak Black a clone, Kanye West a clone. I wouldn't be surprised if all them motherfuckers clones. So cloning is say in the end of days, they're gonna introduce this Raelian technology that they using for the elites. They're gonna do it for everybody. It said that. We just read that in the Bible. We read that with the Raelian shit. It said when the Raelians take over and come back to the earth in the end of days, they're gonna harvest your soul with the technology that come from their world. The false light, Lucifer, the light bearer. But it's the false light. This light. This is a Raelian agenda, y'all. It's a Raelian agenda. And that's what he's telling you. He's talking about the base that the Raelians want to establish. They landing pad near the moon matrix. I keep showing you Kanye West with the moon behind him. Why ain't Polaris behind him? Because look at what Kaku said. He said, with this technology, we gonna shoot you to all of these stars like Alpha Centauri, Jupiter, Venus, Mars, but we ain't gonna shoot you to the North Star because they wanna misdirect your energy. They want you going in circles around the quantum computer. They wanna launch you to the moon, to Mercury. All of these are Greek gods that's eating you up. In the fraternity, they spit the egg out of one nigga mouth and spit it into the other nigga mouth. That's how they gonna spit your damn egg yolk, which is the pineal gland, out of the world of Yahweh into the world of Jupiter. Then when Jupiter get through with you, he gonna vomit you out into Mercury's mouth. And they gonna keep, you gonna be born again through these male gods, through regurgitation. Passing the egg is what they call it. Humpty Dumpty is the sacred egg. That's the Easter egg. That's the soul. That's the little yellow yolk in the middle of your brain. When they crack the brain open and get the yolk out, they spit it out of each god's mouth into the other mouth. They want your soul to go to Jupiter, all of these different gods with tech. Because let me share something with you. These stars you see in the sky, these are satellites that was created in Babylon, Acadia, Samaria. Like Orion system, that's a matrix, nigga. When you die, they want you to go to Orion, like the Pharaoh. Makai wants you to go to the moon. Like that son said, shoot me to the moon. Who sang that song? Fly me to the moon. These people, there was a god called Sand. He's the moon god. They have a satellite, holographic. The moon is like a holographic satellite that's projecting souls back into this matrix that Makai Kaku talking about. They already built this system in the ancient world. They rebuilding it again. A moon-based launch system. He didn't say nothing about shooting you to Polaris, because they don't want you to get up out of here, bro. That's the way out. That's the sky vault up out of here, Polaris. They want you to go to the moon, Venus, Mars. Let's explore. See? Look at here. Everything that technology and science is doing to our world is a Raelian agenda. Now you ought to understand why that blue six-pointed star, what Judaism is about, and all the Abrahamic faiths. So now let's talk about the egg game, because now we about to go deep. Listen, females, your eggs are little bitty stargates. Once a consciousness enters that stargate, it stretches it into a fetal bag and starts it big bang, its expansion process. Your egg is very tiny. That tiny egg is what stretches into a fetal bag and ultimately a human in a torus field, and ultimately, boom, we blow up, we stretch too far. And all the energy in us bursts back out, like they said when a star explodes, and all of your energy is redistributed back out to the universe to be perfected, to make a better version of you. They don't want you to get to that. People, they've been buying females' eggs for years. And now, people say that it's aliens living under the ground. It's Raelians living under the ground. These are an advanced species of humans that cheated death, and they live on through cloning. These are the sons of God that made it with the daughters of man. But they did it through cloning and incubator, taking the egg of a woman, which is a stargate, and allowing a demon to come in through that stargate. That's how the sons of God entered this world. Because check this out, y'all. Each of these universes are literally, like on a natural tip, these are baby universes for us to learn and explore our spirituality and get big. It's like a shared cocoon for a bunch of caterpillars. That's what nature did. Instead of having one caterpillar and one cocoon, she put each of us caterpillars in our own cocoon, then threw all of us in a big ass cocoon together called Earth. And whichever caterpillars ripen first, they are saying out of here first. The rest stay in the bottom, crabs in the bucket till they get light enough to grow wings. Hit the like and share button. But they taking the eggs of the females and they're creating whole civilizations in the inner earth that never come up to the surface. For all you know, it's a version of you miles under the ground that'll never come up. And they telling him you can never go to the surface because if you go up there, you're going to die. If we break through up there, our world going to die. You know they got some kind of spooky shit to keep them from never coming up. Just like they got a life to keep us from exploring and shit, you know. So they separate all these beings with the lie. And the thing about it is what I think is going on with these eggs is they need these eggs in order for them to reproduce themselves on some reptilian shit. Because it said out they achieved the immortality through human cloning. Now, these pharaohs had hundreds of wives, and I'm sure that they would have been harvesting their eggs even in that time because they were very advanced. And so if you think about what we're saying here, this is just, I mean, we need to like and share the video. I'm going to keep reading. It says that they promote a liberal ethical system with a strong emphasis on what? Sexual experimentation. You know why, y'all? Because the natural way of our sexuality will aid in the ascension of our souls. Sexual experimentation means skeeting it on the belly, skeeting it on her eyes. Hey man, I skeeted it on her back, I skeeted it on this way, skeeted that way, anywhere other than the bullseye. Now remember how I just told you we all were born. We all were born because we hit the bullseye. That meant your daddy was a straight shooter. Your daddy aimed right. Your daddy didn't skeet you on the damn bed or skeet, you know what I'm saying? Sexual experimentation have to be in the society in order for them to harvest a woman's egg. In order for them to have a sperm bank, they got to create something called masturbation. That's sexual experimenting. Nature didn't make jacking off. That's something that the masters made, masturbation. You can even see the pharaoh holding his thing. He ain't just holding it like nothing. Because his semen, I hate to go into all that, but y'all, they anointed the document. He swore in with his balls, his lineage. That was an ejaculation. Don't let these Kemetic priests tell you no lies. Sexual experimentation was a highlight in ancient Egypt, baby. They experimented with sex in Babylon. In Sodom and Gomorrah, yes, they were experimentalists when it came to sex. And they brought up Buddha, right? What comes from Buddha's land? The Kama Sutra.
Oh my God!
All the freaky shit in the Kama Sutra, goddammit. And the Buddha shit is the God best with the Raelian shit. One thing about these Raelian folks, they sure taught us how to be freaking in the motherfucker. And all of their music is about sex and shit like that. And their music is over-sexualized with space sounds. with these space sounds. You know, like Will I Am and shit. You know, like digital music. That's what the Raelian souls are. We've been infiltrated and don't even know it by a whole nother advanced species. We've been harvested by them and don't even know it. Rael first published his claims to have been contacted by the Elohim in his 1974 book. He subsequently established an organization devoted to promoting his ideas, Madek, which in 76 disbanded and was replaced by the Raelian Church. Rael headed the new organization, which was structured around a hierarchy of 7 levels. What are those 7 levels? The 7 ethers, the 7 circles on a quantum computer. I told y'all. Look, attracting more followers, the group obtained a country estate in France before relocating its operations to Quebec. In 98, Rael established the Order of Angels, an internal all-female group whose members are largely sequestered from wider society and tasked with training themselves to become Elohim's consorts. Now, they're going to go into how the Order of Angels was basically an all-female society created by Rael just for the purposes of harvesting these females for eggs so he can get their eggs.
Oh my God!
I told y'all that this been going on for a long time. Humpty Dumpty was an egg that had a great fall. You did too. The egg, this yolk, is what we calling Jack falling down the hill with Jill, the woman. The consciousness of man and woman and the great fall down that hill. Our consciousness landed on the tip of a pyramid. Imagine a ball, a water balloon falling, and it land on a pyramid tip. Boom, it bursts open and all of the liquid flows down the sides of that pyramid, all the pyramid walls of that pyramid. Each drip is another version of you that shattered from that big ball, the God ball. Each drip of you got to climb back up the Babel Tower and meet back up at the top and unify to become that ball again, and boom, you beam up out of here like I showed you. The path of ascension. You were a unified ball that fell onto the tip of a pyramid. That's the Santa's hat, the birthday hat. Boom, that ball crashed Christ and became basically 7 chakras, 7 layers of you. And that pyramid became this macabre. You see what I'm saying? Matrix. And so this pyramid called a macabre has to transform to a perfect sphere again in order to ascend. Right now it looked like a spiky ball, like the coronavirus symbol. That's what you look like. That's what I'm telling you, because if you look at the symbol of Atenism in Egypt, it's a ball with a bunch of spikes on it, or sun rays. Each of them rays are let us make man in our image. Let me show you what I mean. Let us make man in our image. Let's go back to that. My bad. Here it is right here. All of the Elohim are singular gods inside of that spaceship. But once they beam their light out of the ship, that singular light becomes a bunch of rays of light. And those rays of light is what create your avatar down there. Watch this. All of those rays of light is what makes your body in this underworld, you see? But when all of these rays of light come back together and unify, this human gonna become a being. Imagine all of these rays of light collapsing together like an Asian fan. That's called teleportation. You see it in Star Trek all the time. They show you what it looked like. Watch this. And then what's supposed to happen is they supposed to really turn into a beam of light. It's plenty of ways that they show this, but that's the beam up. The whole is this what we're looking at. So now, just like I was saying, right? The great fall is Jesus in that. You know why Jesus is inside of that ball? Let me show you something. Let's go back to this. Now, I know when you see this, it's going to click. Watch this. Hold on. Here is our true home. Right here. The real you is a smaller, dense version of yourself called a fairy. And that version of you lives inside of this Smurf snow globe at Asgard. That little condensed ball of light, which is the real you, is in the middle of your brain hemispheres. And that plays out like this, to where the real versions of us, it's the mind inside of the human brain, which exists in the creation. All of us have a unified version of ourselves that never left this small North Pole home. This is our halo home. We are the Elohim, or the Elohim, Elohim, our halo home. We projected our consciousness down into creation. Let us make man in our image, is what we said from above. Every last one of us inside of our true home, we agreed, let us make an avatar for ourselves, and let us make a man of ourselves in our image, so that we can dwell in the simulation, so that we can experience creation below. Let us make man in our image. And when our unified consciousness fell from above, the way light fall is in a plural motion. Jesus, inside of this bubble, represent the unified God that lives inside of Asgard, that never left true north. You left 0 degrees via my projection, like what Makai telling you. Now look at this artwork. It show you Jesus projecting himself out down on the underworld as many fallen angels. All of the disciples are Christ consciousness. They all are Christ in a different universe, projecting himself from his true home. That's why it's 7 of these angels in the 7 gate guards concept. But the 12 disciples are symbolic of the zodiac. These are the 12 different, the sky is divided up into 12 pockets like a roulette board. And these 7 chakras will ascend through each of their slices. But they all will meet at the same spot at the North Pole. So these are different lines of magnetism converging into a central point. And that would be Christ. Now, compare it to Krishna, and you can see the same thing. Now, compare it to Aten in Egypt, and you can see this great fall once again. Because Brother Sanchez know what he talking about, ain't gonna lead you astray. Check that out. Look at that. They know what's going on. You know, Humpty Dumpty had a great fall. Humpty Dumpty was a little egg. What do you think this ball is? That's Humpty Dumpty. Having his great fall, he shattered into pieces. He had to climb back up the tower, up the wall. They've been telling this story for years. How many times have they recreated this shit? Because look how many Mandela effects we can find. Look at how many folklores and religions through the ages telling this same shit. It shows you all of the resets. Every religion got its own beginning and ending. These are different points in time. The book, just like every machine, come with an instruction manual. Every time they created this simulation, they created a new religion with it. 7 world superpowers perfected this thing, and that's how we get the 7 chakras, the 7 kings of Babylon. These are the 7 wisest men throughout the ages and the kingdoms that made the strongest machine. This CERN portal has been mastered by many generations. But these 7 really created an acceleration that's the top 7, let's say. They the top set. These the top 7 strongest creations of this technology. And they represent the 7 Babylonian kings. If you can master these 7, beating all the other simulations gonna be like, you know what, after you beat the game and they give you all the perks and cheat codes and shit, that's what it's like. Once you master these 7 gods of Olympia, boy, you're gonna be so refined, you gonna be back. It's like the 7 colors and karate belts. It's the 7 Van Allen belts, or 7 Greek gods that created 7 simulations in a quantum computer. You gotta kick all of their ass. You got to go in each one of these incarnations with this energy that I'm showing you here, going against the system, showing you, I know about this shit. Yep, I'm a smart student. This a matrix. Y'all soul harvesting. They got to spit you out. They got to spit you out, because when you start letting the teacher know that you smarter than everybody else in the class, guess what they do? They skip you up a couple grades. You're going to jeopardize the curriculum. Because the smart ass gonna tell everybody the answers and ain't nobody gonna be able to learn. Get his smart ass up out of here and skip him up. Keep me here with the children that's ignorant. Well, not ignorant, but that just ain't as advanced as he is. That's the people that got to stay in this class. See, what happens is, like when I was young, they wanted to skip me from 1st grade to 3rd grade because they said I was a smart kid. My mama didn't let them do it because she wanted me to complete all of my grades. She didn't want me to miss nothing, right? Now, that was their way of saying, you know, and I noticed they didn't call on me a lot. If you smart as hell and a teacher know it, you gonna feel like left out. They ain't gonna call on you like that. The teacher know you gonna get the answer right, man. Broderick, okay, man. You know what I'm saying? But you gotta be a smart kid to know that. As you'll take offense, like, okay, teacher ain't gonna call on my ass. Now check this out, right? Teacher know I know. Teacher can't wait for me to, teacher know I shouldn't even be in this bitch for real. But check this out, right? And that's what you're like. See, once you understand what this is all about, the universe opens up to this awakening. It can't hold you because you've now unlocked the fucking seat. A teacher can't keep you held back if you know everything in the class. And if you show her that you know everything she about to teach on the first day of school, they'll say, this young man should start off in 2nd grade. He's advanced, he's ahead. That's what some of us are. We're gonna get skipped a couple of levels. Different souls, different folks, the universe, university. Let's get it. Here's what the Pharaoh's showing you. We've been born in a Raelism, inside of Raelian technology, and Brother Sanchez just trying to get you out.
Please like and share the video, and don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell. Be sure to select all so that you can receive notifications every time we go live and upload to the channel.
So here is your clown collar. When they talk about atom, what is atom or atom? It's your macabre. I told you that. And you are wrapped up inside of their metaverse simulation. Remember that the word meta, you turn it backwards, it becomes atom. Atom. You could also rearrange this word to what? Team. This is a team simulation. We all agree this is a contract. I told you, mate realism. You've been mated, bonded, fused. Now, what they fear is the broken covenant. The broken covenant is what Samson represents. Untying himself from these chains right here. These are the white, these little orbits that you see around this dude is the solar system. These are the Greek gods in the heavens that are beaming your consciousness down into their matrix. All right? See if I can paint this to you and do some syncretism. All right, check this out. So here is what we're talking about. In the solar system, you're in the middle. You're in the middle. And all of these satellites in the sky are projector machines that is beaming you down into this earth reality. This earth and this body is ancient technology that comes from Egypt, Babylon, China. Basically, the 7 world superpowers that rule this world today, they all own 7 fragments of our souls under the 7 Greek gods in the heavens. We got to be born out of all their universes. And it's 7, they got 7 versions of you. You're in the lowest one, and you got to rise back up to the highest one. And basically, they have wrapped you up in this false light of holographic flesh version of you. This is what we are. Your crown chakra is literally the projector machine that's beaming your body into the simulation and creating a world around you inside of this light matrix. This bubble of light represents your whole world or your torus field. Your whole reality is being projected around you from the mind downward. And the mind is also creating an avatar of itself inside of the Earth Circle simulation. This is your birthday hat. This is why Santa Claus got on a triangle hat with a white dot at the top. This is why your birthday hat shapes just like this. Okay? So like I said, when these rays of light collapse and it turns into that single beam, you're no longer in a human form. You becomes a laser beam of light that's shot back up to inside the projector machine where you realize that, okay, we did say, let us make man in our image. And we did agree to project ourselves down into this earth circle, into the simulation. You forgot about the agreement. The agreement didn't happen in the flesh. It happened in the mind, Neo. Why you think it got the word meant on it? Why you think it got M-E-N-T on it? It's an agreement. This is a world we create from the mentality, from the mind. You agreed on it before the flesh. So you'll remember that agreement the moment you get back into this ship. You'll say, yo, that was fucking crazy. Nigga, I just woke up from a crazy dream. Or they were like, yeah, nigga, that's the simulation. There ain't no dream. You literally entered a fucking this whole shit that Makaku teaching you. We already did it. We keep doing it and following further and further into oblivion. That's what I'm telling you. We did this 7 times. That we can prove. There are 7 wandering stars in our sky, y'all. The 7 wandering stars. What do you think those are? Those the 7 planets that they showing you about today. Ain't that something, y'all, that when you Google 7 wandering stars, Bro Sanchez pop up right there? God damn it, I'm a bad motherfucker. Boy, I've been putting in work. God damn. You know you been putting in work when a nigga Googles 7 wandering stars and your face pops up on the first page out of 24 million motherfucking results, B. I didn't even know that, nigga. Google 7 wandering stars, y'all, and tell me if I pop up on y'all computer. Or is it just my computer? Cause bro, if this is really real, I'm a bad motherfucker. I'm telling you, dude, when you Google 7 wandering stars, who face is this? Damn, nigga. That boy good. God damn, boy. Boy, y'all gonna, hey, niggas gonna be like, no, it ain't pop up on my computer, Sanchez. Yeah, that might just be from my account only, man. I don't want to get my head tooted up. Somebody gonna email me or put it in the chat that, yeah, it didn't pop up on mine. But check this out, though. Let's get back let's get back on point with it. The 7 wandering stars are 7 CERN portals that are orbiting this underground Sheol satellite. Under the earth is Archon technology, devil technology. Let me show you something. We got 7 planets, right? When you Google 7 wandering stars, you get the 7 planets. Let me share some with you, right? Let me show you why they all named after Greek gods. Here's why. Here's what's happening. Let's go to the Hebrew cosmos. In the bottom of the earth, there's this underworld where these Raelians come from. And if I flip this upside down, you'll see it is a UFO ship. This is a UFO ship right here, beaming your consciousness to the earth world from the underworld. When your consciousness is beamed up out of Sheol, it is think of your consciousness, a underworld. These archons got your DNA, and they have cloned you from Sheol and launched you into the heavens, and they've launched a version of you into each of the goddamn 7 matrices that the kings of Babylon made, the 7 kings, like Makakaku saying. Each of those 7 planets, let's pull them back up because I told y'all we was going deep. Watch this. Hold on. Those 7 planets, remember now, you got wandering stars and you got fit stars. Now, I want y'all to think about this. There's only 7 wandering stars in our known universe. The rest are fit stars. The closest 7 wandering stars to us that we go by with our 7-day week system, 7 chakra system, 7,000-year long count. It's the TRAPPIST system because you're trapped inside of this Saturn's-like satellite system. Makakaku not telling you we already did this. Now listen. They're beaming you into these matrices from Sheol because they fucking copied your consciousness. They own some of our consciousness in the underworld. So they've duplicated a 7-headed dragon of you. They've taken they own some of our DNA. So you literally being born and dying 7 times is what make you break free from them. Because they been given your DNA by your future parents, they've cloned you in the 7 underworlds. You're a 7-headed dragon, and you got to explore each of these. We're space travelers. We're space travelers right now. And the first planet we're exploring is the Earth. And when we leave here, we will be born 6 more times in each of these other parallel universes. And when we make it out of here, we will get back to our original home base and talk about our journey in space. We will tell the humans there, how was it like on the other planets and all that. The only way you can remember this journey is when you make it out. But the subconscious brings back, there's like Easter eggs in a video game that the subconsciously give you symbols and keys and clues to help you out. That's what we doing now. So each incarnation, you're going to have an awakening. You're going to have 6 different awakenings. And each one going to be more powerful than the last one. So think about it. Bro Sanchez is my first awakening. Can you imagine my second one, my third one, my fourth one? Oh, my God, man. Oh, my God, dude. Let's get it. So they beaming us from Sheol into the Trappist system. And the lowest of these planets is Earth. So you're born here first, and then you keep on going up the stairway till you make it out. Now, the same way they copied your consciousness, because it fell down there into their world, and they was able to copy you because you fell. When that happened, they created 7 evil forms of yourself. That's what the archons did. And when they did that, the angels from heaven sent in 7 reinforcements to battle them demons. So Earth is where the battle of Armageddon taking place at, of angels and demons. They copied you into 7-headed dragon, but then there's a 7-headed angel coming to battle that. And if the angels win, you ascend. And if Leviathan win, then you fall deeper into Sheol with the great serpent that the Mayan talked about. So this is playing out in each one of us on a personal level, which is why I made the post on my Facebook page about your heart energy. And I will go into that in the future. But let's read some more. We're doing a good job. I see that this Raelism series gonna go on for a while. Do y'all want me to keep doing this series? Drop a 1 right now. Let me see. Let's do a vote. We got over 1,000 people in here, and I need some feedback. I noticed that my numbers for this series is actually going up every episode. It's something that I think I stumbled across in 2023 that just might be my little calling, my little series, because this thing can go on to part 20 if we wanted to. It's just so much to go to teach with this. And you see each series we going into a new awakening of this shit. I ain't tired of it. It's getting deeper and deeper, man. So let's keep going. We're going to keep it going. Says that. And we bringing in the egg shit, y'all. Come on, man. Look, now we about to get deep. Remember, I told the females a minute ago on the last one. I said, look here. They collecting these eggs. Come on, folks. They harvesting females' eggs. They got sperm banks and plasma centers. How do you think they keep getting our DNA to clone us, man? Every time they create a new world and put your clone in it, when your consciousness die, it goes into the fucking clone, and it got to die out of all them clones for it can get back this true home. We lost in the wilderness. We reading about this group that they're about cloning and soul harvesting, bro. They talking about the Raelian people, when they come to Earth in the end of days, they gonna introduce humanity to their cloning technology. This is how the sons of God mate with the daughters of man, by collecting eggs, sperm banks, plasma centers, and going underground in Sheol to clone your ass and beam your plasma, which is your light. That's your light energy. Your sperm, your egg. That's your, this is all your, you can be, your consciousness. And they going underground with that stuff, launching it. They using holographic technology, and they telling you, oh, we discovered a new star, and they name it after some dude. And guess what? They just created a new universe they launched. And once they get enough of our clones in that universe, that can become a new Elohim or Halo home. It's a voting system. Once a lot of us, so many of us is projected into one of these worlds, it activates that world. That's why it's based on cloning as well. And let's read here, because they collect eggs, man. Check this out. This man, the Raelism created the Order of Angels. That's an all-female group where they basically taking all of these women's eggs so that they can experiment with how to open these portals and harvest souls, man. Look at how long they've been doing this. This was started in the 1600s. Then it said, because look, Raelism started in the 1600s. How long have they been having female consorts and taking their eggs? I would imagine even back then. How did the Holy Spirit impregnate Mary? This was technology. Look at here. In 1997, Rael initiated CloneAid, an organization engaged in research in human cloning directed by senior Raelian Bridget Bosilia. In 2002, the company claimed to have produced a human clone, a baby named Eve, bringing much critical scrutiny and media attention. The movement has attracted further attention through its public protests, endorsing causes such as women's and gay rights and against nuclear testing. The international Raelian movement claims tens of thousands of members, the majority of francophone areas of Western Eve and North America and parts of, see, look at here, the IRM are in all of the Western world technological countries with the Abrahamic faiths. Told y'all, Western Europe, North America, the Abrahamic faiths. I told y'all, in East Asia with Buddha and all that. I told y'all. Ain't that ironic that the IRM movement is in the same places that I told you where everybody under these Abrahamic faiths? Come on, man. I know what I'm talking about. Look at here. Criticism of the philosophy has come from journalists, ex-Raelians, and anti-cultists, while it has also been studied by scholars of religion. Raelism is a religion scholars of religion classify as a new religious movement. We know it ain't new. It's a resurrection of that old beast coming back onto the earth with his same damnation technology. It's the Antichrist resurrecting. They saying it's a new Christ or a new religious movement. He just another demigod like the old Christ. It's Christ reborn. Christ got to return again to the earth every time they recreate the simulation. That's what y'all don't realize. If Christ is the Lord, the demigod that created our simulation, which is, I think, is Aten, the Pharaoh Aten. Every time he create a new simulation and you're born in it, another version of him gonna be reborn in there too. He crosses over with his flock, just like Christ. And they all change uniforms when they cross over. Like Christ's sheep put his uniform over when they meet him on the other side. That's what I'm telling you. The God who created this simulation is going to create the next one. Listen, this God returns every 7,000 years to rebuild his simulation. I think that is Elon Musk. Just because of his gematria, his numerology, and even his name and his world position, his symbol of his company, all of that. Elon is the word alien, and Musk is literally dealing with a musket system, like a launch pad system. And we just read that's what Raelism is about. They establish a launch pad and they keep recycling you through that base, through that moon base. So you go from the earth to their moon base through the 7 Greek gods and back to the earth. And you keep doing that for infinity. Until you realize they need to point me to Polaris. They got you going in circles. That creates days, time, lapse, repetition. We're in hell. The Mayans said every 7,000 years the system reset. You know why? We spent 1,000 years in bondage in each of these simulations. It's 7 of them, including the Earth. Then you got Venus, Mars, Mercury. It's 7 of these satellites recycling us. We spent 1,000 years in each one. That equal out to 7,000 years where now we can get out after we run a lap. Because you start at Earth, you go in the solar system, you run your lap around the solar system. That's what this symbol is, the solar system. And you bouncing your spirit around it through the 7 chakras. I can even show you this in the Tibetan wheel if you think I'm making it up. Hold on. I got this stuff open for a reason. Wait a minute. Where my Tibetan wheel at? Bear with me. We got a lot open, but we going over a lot, right? No problem. We'll open it up again. We ain't gonna waste no time. Now, when you say Tibetan wheel, first of all, the name Tibetan is like the name Ezekiel. And I know you like, Brother Sanchez, you reaching. I'm about to get the board out. You know I know what I'm talking about. Each of these triangles is a tab. You know how I got all these tabs open on my computer? And each tab is a gateway into another world. Each of these triangles is a tab, and each one has Aten inside of it. Aten is the name of your fallen soul. Aten. In each of these triangles, your soul fell into each slice. Remember, your soul was a unified ball that fell into the belly of the beast. This wheel is the goddess's belly. You fell in this middle part, and then your consciousness severed, and a piece of you fell in each one of those. You got 7 chakras. This your macabre that you got to master. Now look, let me show you about the name Tibetan. Because remember, in each of those tabs is Aten. You still don't hear what I'm saying, do you? Let me show you real quick. In each of those tabs is Aten. In each of those tabs is Aten, Tibetan, the tabs of Aten. The tabs of Aten. Tab Aten, Tibetan. The tabs of Aten. How many tabs is it, Sanchez? Let's count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in the middle. So the 7 tabs of Aten is again Leviathan. Leviathan. the levies of Aten, or the tabs of Aten. Isn't etymology cool? Leviathan. When you say Leviathan, the word levy is an action. That's saying trap him, damn him, catch him. You are a Pokemon that was captured. You were damned, or you were levied, you were levied. A levy is a dam. A levy is a small dam. And a levy is a tab. So to tab Aten is to trap Aten, or to levy Aten, or to damn Aten, which is the word what? Damnation. Boy, I'm bad. I told you I'm bad. So we got the Trappist system where they trapping the soul. They tabbing it. They're mating you to the world of Rael. Each tab is a dam or a levy. So they're Leviathan, Tab-Aten, Dam-Aten. It's all around you. Open your eyes and ears. The word condemn is the word condom. Put the condom on. What is a condom? It's a dam. It's keeping the soul trapped. That soul gonna go down the toilet. And when they filter all the water, I bet you they just collecting a bunch of nut and egg somewhere, these damn Raelian folks. Who else would want to filter your water? Nature got rivers outside that we drunk from. They want us drinking the same water we pee in, poop in, because what are they trying to filter out of that water? I hate to gross y'all out, but nut and eggs don't mix with water. And you can filter that out in a simple technological process that I wouldn't put it past these sick motherfucking Raelians. We just read what they all about. Sperm, eggs, plasma, blood. These bitches is about cloning you and trapping your consciousness in clone. In the damn system, the Trappist system that we just talked about. So Tibetan wheel, tab of Aten wheel. This is no different than a macabre. I mean, you gotta look at this the same way as we look at this. You are being reflected in each of the tips of this triangle. Until you smooth the rough edges, as long as you got these spikes, those are gonna keep you stuck inside of the matrix. So when this macabre comes a spherical shape, it can leave. And that's what we're doing. We're rounding out our rough edges. Those rough edges are the spikes to your macabre ship. And as you spiral up this stairway to heaven, you're breaking off those points, bro. You know the stars on a Christmas tree that's wrapping around the tree? Yeah, man. Ain't but 7, listen, I told y'all, it's 7 wandering stars in our sky. Those ain't natural, man. Those are ancient satellites to harvest your soul. That's what I'm telling you. Those are part of their soul luring system. So there are 7 wandering stars named after the 7 Greek ancient gods that created those universes. And once we born out of this world, we'll be born into a universe where everybody talking about 6 chakras. Then when you die in that world, you will be born into this other universe above that one where the beings up there got 5 chakras. Then above them, the beings up there ain't got but 4 chakras. And the beings above them got 3 chakras. The beings above them got 2 chakras. And the beings at the very top got that 1 chakra called Polaris, that 1 shining ball, which is all them 7 that came together and consolidated over time at the top of the tree. We're working our way up the stairway to heaven, and we got to have this awakening in every last one of these Greek gods. And the way that I'm kicking ass in this earth world, I like this video game. You like the game when you winning, don't it? To know that you born in a simulation. But shit, I figured it out, goddammit. Now, all of us went into a game, and the game was when you get in that game, see, the thing was, science is saying when man make his own universes, what's gonna make it dangerous is that his universes is gonna be indistinguishable from the real world, making souls be trapped. So the thing is, we did this before. We made a universe that was so realistic, we forgot that we left our base reality. And the only thing that woke us up is when the imperfections came. Because during our Garden of Eden phases in this place, we literally thought we was still at the North Pole. And we was like, yo, we must be asleep. You know when you fall asleep and you start dreaming and you don't know you dreaming, and that somewhere in the dream you like, oh shit, I must be dreaming. We're doing that as a collective now. We all fell into this thing, and we didn't even know we had fell from our true Eden until we started to notice the laws of Aten, the expulsion from the garden in the form of the new laws arising. The fucking, we start seeing the world around us like we're really witnessing the end of the world right now. But it ain't no big ass boom and it's all over. It's a slowly ass process of terraforming the world to where you no longer see no more trees, no more waterfalls, the weather getting crazy. So the thing about all of this is that y'all ought to be motivated, baby. That when we, hey man, that when you die, goddammit, pow, pow, pow. Nigga, this ain't about swinging punches and gun shooting. This about in each of these incarnations asking the questions that in the quest I'm on, quest I own. Come on now. Motherfuckers ain't gonna make it up out of this place because they stopped questing. They thought that they tricked us like the age of exploration ended on Earth. That the exploration started going so deep, they started exploring the human mind. And they started opening up these big castles and old churches and shit where they was cutting motherfuckers' head open, trying to see if they can find a pineal gland. Then they realized it was on another dimension and that they need Neuralink technology to interface with it. Brain-computer interface. Every 7,000 years, their God returns to his simulation to reset the time. They literally call him Set in Egyptian because he the one that resets time, or Saturn. He keep resetting the clock back. He don't want you moving forward. So what you got to realize is there are no sunsets or sunrises. You're in a daze. The 7 wandering stars creating time is something happening within the vortex within you. You got a Kundalini spiral happening within you. And that is what's spinning your own heavens. Your heart is making the sun and moon go round and your universe outside. Listen, man, when your heart stop beating, you're going to see the sun and moon drop down like somebody ripping clothes off of you, and you're going to see a whole nother reality behind this thing. You're going to realize you was powering your own universe from within, and all of us connected our universes without to make the macro. But when you leave, you travel with your own version of this universe. That's your own heaven. Even in comedic afterlife, they talk about this. They say you continue your journey of ascension until you become an ascended God. And that basically each incarnation is this same world, the same you, but a more refined version. So this macabre star is spiraling around the pyramid. And as it does that, these sharp edges start breaking off. And once all of them get broken off as it spiral up this pyramid, it's a smooth ball back again at the top. And now and it had to smooth its rough edges, or what the Hindus said, work out your karma. And we back even before I said, I'm a good man. I'm a hard working man. I don't need a long break. Now watch this, cause I got to get this out, man. Now check it. Where were we? We're gonna continue back with our notes, because if I just freestyle, we'll stay off of the notes for too long. And look, we got a lot of stuff to read, so let's go ahead. Where were we on here, y'all? Okay. In France, where the religion originated, the government's parliamentary commission on cults labels it a sect. And where my ashtray? Like and share the video. Let's keep our numbers high, guys. It's good for ratings. In 97, a parliamentary inquiry commission issued a report through the Belgian Chamber of Reps that also categorized the Belgian Raelism movement as a sect. Hold on. Raelism is possibly the largest UFO religion in existence. Yes, because it's the foundation of all religion. Remember that the word religion means a binding, religios. And that I told you, materialism is to mate yourself with realism. Mate and realism, material realism. And then you talk about this binding thing. Look here. Now, see, Raelism was always the uniting factor of all the religions. All of them talk about beam me up, the aliens, the science people. Even if you into science, I just showed you that Makakaku is talking like the Reverend Porkchop. A rapture, nigga, with techno. See, you atheists and science niggas, you can't say that your science ain't speaking the same language of the Bible with this new technology. This realism is the umbrella of all this deception that's gonna, in our time, the world gonna unite under one power. That's realism. Aliens is what's gonna bring the world together. You feel me? Yeah. Why do I see twos in the chat room? Let me get a sound check, drop a 1. And like and share the video, man. Drop a 1 if you can hear me. Some people complained about science. I'm gonna see, was it just their system? Yeah, drop the one. Thank you. So look, this is very deep, man. And I don't know when the glitch took place, but I don't know how much I was interrupted, so I don't know where to start off at. So I'm gonna just keep it moving. Sorry about that. So you know, the foundating principle of all world religion is Raelism. And they don't want you to know that today. What's gonna unite science and all other world religions is gonna be an alien invasion, a stage alien attack. Yeah, when they talk about, blue beam, that's what we're talking about. They're gonna have a stage alien attack. And this gonna be like some Independence Day type shit to where they gonna tell you, listen, ain't no time for us to be beefing with each other as humans. Ain't no time for us religions to be beefing. They already doing that now. Ain't no time to be divided. We got climate change and aliens here. The Vatican acknowledging aliens. People, you don't see where this going? Look at here. How else they gonna unite all these superpowers? With signs in the heavens, what the Antichrist would do? They're gonna resort back to what it started from, Raelism. And it's gonna unite all of the spiritual systems, science systems, tech gurus, and we already see it headed that way. So Raelism is possibly the largest UFO religion in existence. And in the mid-2000s, the scholar of religion, Andreas, again, Grunshow, called it one of the most consolidated UFO groups internationally active today. Damn. In its beliefs, Raelism differs from many other UFO-based philosophies. Nah, it don't differ. It's the same beast. They just keep recreating it and alternating in alternate realities. That's all. Like Berenstein and Berenstain, Christ and Krishna. Like, come on, man. We just went over that. Syncretism shows that it's the same devil with many heads. So, Raealists have also been characterized as having a belief in ufology, but Raelians often stress that they do not regard themselves as ufologists. Don't matter. Raelism is materialistic. Didn't I just show you that? I showed you that, didn't it? Because these people are trapped in the underworld. Their body is their soul. And they trying to take your soul and turn it into a body. Now, how do you do that? With this hologram shit that Makakaku talking about. That's called damnation. You're going to lose your soul. Look at all the limitations of your body. But you ain't limited like that in your mind and your soul. You giving all that up with these people. Their soul is their body, meaning that these devils from the underworld, the highest that they can go is the earth. The earth, which is their evil great mama Lilith or Gaia. That's the highest these folks can go. So this means that when a demon ascend to its highest heaven, its highest point, it looks like a human. And when a human ascend to its highest point, it look like a god. These demons' highest point is the human body. They've built their heaven in this underworld, in this fleshly realm, and they've trapped souls here. I came to help free some of those souls. Now check this out, guys. Look at this avatar. This is what they want to do to you. Pop smoke your ass. Now watch it. They want to trap your soul in a human form because they are trapped in a human form, damn devils. They don't have a soul, they only have a body. The body is the highest dimension that their consciousness can rise to. You can go higher than this thing. Why would you get trapped in this world of flesh like with these folks in this matrix? These folks are materialistic because they highest heaven is the material world, like the pharaohs in Egypt, luxury and gold and heavy metals. And if you listen to heavy metal music, that's what hip hop was started with, rock and roll, heavy metal. And heavy metal is what anchors your soul to their solar system. And I'm going to get into Raelism and soul harvesting with hip hop and drill. We're going to talk about Astro World with Travis Scott. I'm going to show you how these damn devils be harvesting souls. Kanye West, we ain't through with it. Remember that the Circle 7 groups are the 5%ers, your religious celebrity niggas. It's a cabal, man. The boule means the bull, dude, the devil. We in the belly of the golden bull, the golden calf. That's the word boule. The Taurus is the bull, Taurus field. That's your fake body that they harvesting your soul with. We got to detach from this material world and the world of flesh, the secular world. I told you in the world, when you say materialism, that's called Raelism, R-I-A-L-I-S-M, Raelism. Right there, they spelling it different. It's mating you to the heavy metals, the periodic table, using alchemy. The pharaohs in Egypt cheated death, y'all. They found out how to harvest souls and mate themselves with this underworlds that they started to build in the realism, or what they calling the natural world. We from the supernatural world, not reality, but super reality in the heavens. What the other side of reality is this sort of supernatural realm. It defies the laws of reality because the laws of reality are the boundaries of the soul. Your limitations in the flesh. But they always tell you, get real, man, get real. No, get super real. Get abnormal. You see what I'm saying? When they say get real, get real. Get thinking your mind into the mechanical, physical, rigid, dense ass understanding of reality. We don't progress and mature as souls with that. So realism is materialistic and rejects the existence of the supernatural. Ain't that's what atheism does? Let's look up what the word super means, because a lot of these folks got a problem with the word super, and I'm going to show you why. They're like kryptonite to you. Watch this. They don't got a problem with the Super Bowl, but they got a problem with the supernatural.
Stupid.
Y'all heard me. The only time these atheists and wanna be smart technological science niggas, the only time that they got a problem with the word super is when it's dealing with your soul. And that's the kryptonite that kill your Superman that you can't imagine. Because the word imagine means I'm a genie. Break it down. Oh, yeah, look at it. I'm a genie. Imagine. In the realm of our imagination is where our true self is, in the mind, not the flesh. Let us make man in our what? Image. Not in our avatar, not in our CERN machine, not in our Moloch beast, not in our Neuralink thing. The first man was created by simply mind projection. And until you learn how to do that again, you can't make it out of here. You project it in and you got to project out. And the only option outside of that would be to use the technology. They deleted the memory of ascension, but it's coming back now. So they trying to rock you back to sleep. These folks only got a problem with the word super when you put it in front of natural. Why? They don't got a problem with Superman. They don't got a problem with the Super Bowl. No, they don't got a problem with a super soaker. They ain't got no problem with no super soaker. Only time they got a problem with the word super is when you put it in front of natural. That ought to tell you something. Supernatural? Oh, you pseudo. But their scientists can talk about super Earths, though. They get to decide what you put super in front of. Soon as you put that word super in front of natural, oh, they got a problem with you now. Because they don't want you to know the truth. Because they don't want you to know the truth. They ain't got no problem with the Super Bowl, none of that. Super Earths, Superman. They ain't got no problem with calling themselves superior. But they got a problem with nature being superior. They don't think that nature has a superior side. But they think that man does. The word super is also the word supra, which is the root word of supreme. So again, you don't think there's a supreme side of nature? Let's look at the definition of super. And we got to find the right one. None of these definitions make sense. And that would make sense because they want to keep us blind. Let's look up the etymology. That's when we get the truth. We ain't going to play these games. Because super just mean beyond. Look at here. I told you, look. I know what I be look at here. If somebody say you went above and beyond, you did a super job. Going above and beyond is crossing over this ether, getting to the other side. In order for you to make it out of here, you got to go overboard, dog. You got to go above and beyond on some Christ shit, some Enoch shit. Mediocrity won't get you up out of here. Because mediocrity is status quo, perpetuating. It ain't elevating you. It ain't progression. It's stagnation. So in order for you to make it up out of here, you got to go above and beyond mediocrity. You got to prove in this realm that you worthy of making it to the next level by embodying the energy of the next level while you right here. You got to become Superman, and then you'll be able to fly through the heavens. You'll be able to go over and beyond this ethereal plane. Now, when you play with the word super, guess what? You get a word called rupes. Now, you could take the word rupes to make the word super, but the word rupes is the word rupes nigra, is when we get wings. All of the souls that make it to this point on the earth, they have grown wings and learned to fly. They become superhuman. They're trying to make us into superhumans with technology. and it's crippling you. It's like giving a bird robotic wings instead of letting that bird learn to fly. If the bird rely on the robotic wings, the moment the batteries die on them wings, it's going to find itself falling from the sky. Now look, this word rupus is the word super. And the souls that are here have went above and beyond to make it there. You don't make it there saying everything we already heard. You don't make it there saying repeating the same shit that Galileo and all them said. You don't make it there repeating the same stupidity that all of us learned in school that's perpetuating the downfall of the entire fucking earth. If everything we learned in our colleges and school ain't done nothing but put students in debt, created a debt system, not just in money, but in pestilent plague and death on the earth. Because none of the shit they taught us in these schools as a collective will restore heaven on earth. It would just make you help you build a technological world. Everybody going to school so they can make robots, so they can build machines, so they can get into coding and computers and computing. This is man continuing to manufacture synthetic minds. Back in the ancient day, you can go up to a 12-year-old and say, what's 983 times 743? And they'll spit the answer out like that. It's some children doing it right now in Asia. They read novels in 30 minutes. You don't understand that a computer can't be greater than your mind if your mind created the computer. A calculator can't out-calculate the mind that created it. There are literally humans that their mind is like a calculator. And guess what they call them? Gifted. I shit you not, y'all. This world is so backwards. If your child is born with the gift to compute like that, like Rain Man, they're going to give your child a crazy check. Did you watch the movie Rain Man? That dude was a fucking genius. And they called him retarded because we in a backwards ass world. They got children walking around with supernatural gifts and they calling them gifted. But the way we use the word gifted is equivalent to autistic or miss the mark. They are non-real. They got non-real qualities, superhuman qualities like Rain Man. Them people will get a crazy check. Tell me we ain't in a backwards ass world. How the gifted people are crazy. How they got the whole world saying, nigga, I ain't gifted. Don't be calling me gifted, nigga. Who don't want to be gifted? See what they did? They flipped that shit on you. And you won't claim your real gifts. The gifts of the psyche that some people tapping into. We think they crazy. They saying the other side. Now watch this, y'all. Yeah, they don't care about you using the word super until you put it in front of natural. Why, y'all? Ain't that prejudice? Missy can use it. Again, super glue. Super glue. In other words, my point is, what is wrong with the word supernatural? Why are the Raelism movement denying the existence of the supernatural? And I showed you, your Raelians are your data. Listen, y'all, I hate to say this. One thing I noticed, a lot of these damn devils, they in a body like us, but they got big foreheads. I'm just bullshit. But now the Anunnaki got these big Raelian alien foreheads, man, like Yakub. And they promoting this Raelian technology and Kingdom of Zion and science shit. I'm just saying, niggas. I'm just saying, if you look at all them pharaohs and shit, if you look at the goddamn clown hat, they got the fucking clown ball right here with his hair way back here with a big forehead, looking like Yakub motherfucking ass. Look at motherfucking Makakaku forehead. These, and one, I'm showing you, we got a bunch of aliens in the flesh. And one way we can spot them, look at a nigga's forehead, man. I'm telling you. Now look, they got the forehead going. They got the technology, the space going, the Makakaku shit going. In other words, they can be all pseudo with their technology, but you can't say what they saying about beaming out the body and all that with your own supernatural powers. Because you got a natural, part of us is natural and part of us is supernatural. Your body is natural. It's the part of you made out of nature outside. Mother nature. So, but your soul ain't natural. It's supernatural. And they want to deny your soul, man, and I'm going to fight them back. Everybody that's going against what I'm teaching, I'm going to spank you now. I'm going to spank you good. You're going to leave me alone. Because your scientists can talk about all this out-of-body shit, but I can't. Because you ain't using the technology with it. That's our problem. We was doing this naturally, supernaturally. The Raelian people reject the supernatural because they want you to travel through their solaring system with their satellite technology, their beaming technology. And the satellite dish is their UFO ship in the underground. That's why the UFO ship looked like a satellite dish. Saturn's lights, the false lights of this solar system. Those 7 wandering stars ain't our true. They don't supposed to be there, man. There is no other God but the Most High God. Didn't your Bible tell you that? So why do y'all believe in Venus, Mercury, Mars? Because you don't know that you practicing the Antichrist religion. You don't know they tricked you into believing in false and other gods if you are a Christian believing in this model. That's what you don't know. That the 7 candlesticks on the Jewish menorah are the 7 planets in the TRAPPIST system. Now, if it's only one God, the Most High God, why the fuck do you believe in Mercury, Mars, Saturn, and you think you monotheistics? Now, you're a damn Christian, right? You got one God of the heavens, but in science, they giving you 7, and you think that you're monotheistic still. You don't know you're practicing Zionism. The 7 planets are the 7 candlesticks, dude. As a matter of fact, let me show this symbolism on the screen with this menorah thing, because if there's new people joining, we want to put the slides up for them. They may have not saw it before. Here you go. In Kemetic, in Jewish, and in ancient Hebrew on the left. And we can go to more if you want. Here go Mesopotamia and Mesoamerica on this one. This pyramid and then this one. We can do this all day. Everybody said what I said. Even Dante Inferno right here. And then you can see that's your Santa Claus hat. The triangle with the dot on it. Brother Sanchez know what he talking about now. Ain't nobody else gonna show and prove it. They gonna give you scripture with no proof. Then let me show you what the Raelian people do. They trapped y'all by taking away the visual proof. I brought sacred geometry back. When you get into this form of shit that I'm doing, all of the Raelians and the enemies say stop Googling, stop showing pictures. but yet they Googling stuff too. It just ain't images though. They Googling sources, texts, scriptures, like the Bible ain't got no images in it. Sonoluminescence is sound and light. The sound is the word. The light is what you missing with the image. I bring back enlightenment because I go with the sacred geometry. I give you the aha moment, which was the name of one of the early gods. Did you know that? Yeah, it was God Aha. Let's pull it up. They turned it into Allah. Aha. You see that? You can look this ancient God up. That's the word. That's what we do with refreshment. They turn it into movies, all that. But look it up. But when you say Yahuwah, it's Ahua, Ahawa. Aha was the root word. And aha is an enlightened mind, right? When the light comes on, when Jesus say, I am the light, I'm the light that comes on up here. Aha. That was the name of a God. And the reason why God is symbolic of light, and we call it enlightenment, and the sound of enlightenment, aha. They turned that to God. Now watch this. Y'all are not monotheistic. Okay? You believe in 7 gods. It's just that the sun is the central figure of your religion. Jesus said, don't believe in no other gods but me. Jesus said, don't believe in no other gods but me. And what Jesus is personifying is the sun, but that is really the North Pole, telling you, don't believe in no other, stay pointed upright. I'm the true God of the Most High. Anything swaying to the left and right, you tilting your balance scales, it's pointing you toward Mercury, Mars, and now you're going to be born in a simulation. You got to fly high and fly straight to get up out of here. If you lean to any side, you will be intercepted by one of these satellites that Makai telling you about. They rebuilding this Babylonian system of soul harvesting. So that's when Jesus said, you know, I'm the Most High God, the true God. I'm the light. Be wary of the false light, Satan. That many gonna come in my name saying they the Christ, but they ain't the crease, the real crease. Cause it's a bunch of creases cutting this thing. You see all of these rays of light? All of those are cuts. Those are cuts, cracks in the simulation, which is why on a previous screen, I showed y'all the broken glass. Each generation of advanced societies on this earth, it was 7 of them. They helped to collectively shatter the ether. You know, in all of the cartoons, when they show you the sky breaking open, that been happened. How you think the Great Fall started and time started? Let me show you some. Remember in the previous stream, I showed you the hourglass, which is 2 pyramids doing a flip, recycling the souls. Those are the 2 pyramids making your macabre. See, when this portal closes up, there won't be no opening for no great fall. You see what I'm saying? So the only way that humans can fall in and out of these matrices as if there's a union, a galactic federation of 7 kings in 7 dimensions. In the United Nations, the 7 world superpowers control everything that happened at the United Nations. Those 7 world superpowers are really the ancient souls and 7 bloodlines of 7 kings that have copied us in each of their universes. So you see them here, they are the 7 archangels. And we got to be born out of each of these. Now, here's what's going on at the middle of the earth. There's a galactic federation inhabited to keep this portal open. But every now and then, that covenant is broken and the portal is closed. If any one of these particular universes closes its portal, then it becomes one that broke the covenant, and now all of the souls moving up and down gonna be blocked in its dimension. And then it can be guilty of soul harvesting, and it broke the contract of the Galactic Federation. That universe will have to be punished. Now, I'm just showing you how I'm interpreting this thing. And I'm thinking that that's what happened in this underworld. The archons down here broke the contract with God, the gods in the heavens. And they start trapping souls in this lower world. And then now that all hell breaking loose, because they was told that was forbidden, it would cause overpopulation, mutations, what we're experiencing now. Because closing that portal is subconsciously throwing everybody in this underworld out, this bottom one, into an age of darkness, or what they call a dark age. When that portal is closed, humanity forget all about the North Pole. People stop talking about flat Earth and North Pole for like thousands of years, hundreds and thousands of years. And as the portal open up, the conversation of flat Earth and the North Pole come back onto the Earth. Your mind open up back to, you ask questions like, why does a compass point north only? And this whole flat Earth, globe Earth is basically a spiritual warfare. Science versus nature. The word flat means balance. It's equality, it's Ma'at. You see what Ma'at doing with her wings? She ain't balling them up to a ball. Nope. Balance. Now check this out. When this portal is opened back up, traffic can once again flow freely through these systems, and we can re-begin our progression. Our progress was stopped for a couple years, because imagine if there's traffic flowing up and down this thing. The agreement is good, right? Boom. But one of these worlds get mad and it dam itself off. It block itself off. And now all the souls are trapped. Every soul that was behind that world can't go into it to reunite and do its journey. And all the souls in that world can't go out of it to go continue their progression. So what happened for like a couple 7,000 years, according to the Maya, you just go in a circle. All these worlds go into a repetition solar system circle, this DNA vortex, where they just repeat the last incarnation over and over, you know, in this matrix until the portal open back up. Then when the portals start to open back up, they start saying, yo, what if we was born before? What if we got previous lifetimes? They go to talking like that when the portal opening back up. If you can see what humans were like when the portal first closed, boy, they was dumb than a motherfucker. The societies of Babylon and Egypt and all them, man, the peasants was so dumb. They weren't nowhere near asking the questions we asking. Those first couple of generations that came after them crusades, them babies, bro, that what created the dumb peasants that you see in all the old Roman films. In those days, they had groups of wise men. What does that mean? That everyone else in the world that one part of them groups wasn't even wise. We entered a dark age. And after that dark age, we entered the age of light, what the Mayans spoke about. And they said that will be synonymous with a lot of great apocalyptic events. But at the same time, humanity will be reaching their spiritual maturity. So the Mayans said at the end of this cycle, shit, there will be a storm before the rainbow. There'll be turbulence in the world. But also at the same time, that turbulence will also open up man's consciousness to understanding who he really is. And man will have a choice to make on where he want to go from there. We're at a fork in the road. All of the technology that's destroying the world is also giving us insight on what we are. When they create a clone, it's what make Brother Sanchez understand what I am. When they create a computer, it makes me understand what my mind is. See, the paradox is, without none of this Raelian technology, you wouldn't even be enlightened. That's why this world is a classroom and a test. The 7 first grades of school are called elementary. Them the 7 first levels. The number 7 is the God L for elementary. You in elementary school, kindergarten. So the kindergarten students need technology. And when they get up to out of elementary, they become the technology. They embody it. The technology is to show them what they are in this underworld. That's why the Satan was always called the tester. Who tests you? A teacher. Okay, so everything is by design. And I don't want to really. So look, yeah, like I said, Christians, it said there's no other God but the Most High God, Polaris, the middle of this solar system, that pole. That's Christ on the cross. You see that pole right there? There's no other way out. Now, guess what happens? When Makakaku talks about beaming you to these other planets, they pointing you crooked, they tilting you. That's why they worship a globe that's pointed away from Polaris. All of they shit is tilted, like this solar system. Why can't it be like Ma'at? Y'all don't get it? Ma'at is showing you this, and they showing you a tilt. And you going with what they saying. When you see, look at this. That's blasphemy. Now look, everything tilted and crooked with these wicked folks. Because if they point upright, that's pointing you toward your true self. What the blue line is. All of these little other yellow lines, those are the satellites from the Greek gods in the Trappist system. All of these angles are fallen angels that's falling away from the middle point. And because of that, they start becoming wicked, crooked. They ain't as pure as the one in the middle. All of these angles are fallen angels that fell away from the center and became different versions of you that was cloned and created in Jupiter, Earth, Mercury, Venus. And like Makai said, you're going to keep being through this solar system and they never going to point you upright because that's the way out. You got to do that for yourself because if they can't do that for you, that's what the test is all about. Balance mean who can stand up straight when they dizzy. That's who gonna make it out. What's creating multiplicity and duality is the soul has started to go into a Tasmanian devil spiral, a cyclone, and it's born into the time cycle. Time cycles. These cycles are cyclones. Here they go. 7 heavens. Now, what you gotta realize is a spinning top that's spinning upright will begin to fly. Watch this. At some point, that thing will beam up. Once it get vertical. Now, I'm saying when not in, you know, if you go spin a top saying, look, if it you can't spin it to the speed that's gonna make it start to skip and jump up. What happens is when this top go to spinning real fast at a speed you can't even imagine, it'll actually just shoot off of the ground. That amount of speed will create such a wind beneath it that it'll push it upward toward the sky. But it gotta spin, it got to spin fast enough to get this energy to shoot up. This what your macabre is. This literally what your macabre is. Watch this. You see? This is exactly what our macabre is. You like a spinning top. That starship is spinning. And once it raises that vibration, that kundalini to a high enough vibration, that thing gonna hop up off the floor in a second and shoot up off of there. Because what happens is it start going so fast that it starts skipping up and down. It go to like getting this rickety skip to where that much speed, the ground can't even process that much speed. So it kind of like start levitating up and down like a basketball dribble. And the faster it go, the higher it jump. And the faster it speed, that thing becomes it beams the hell up out of here, man. But the slower it's going, it's wobbling and falling to each side, like what these rays are light doing. So each version of you is connected. And the more you raise your vibration, what's happening is all of these lines of light where you fell into these simulations, they're going to start raising their speed. And they're going to start braiding together as one around this pole. And as your speed gets faster and faster, each of these rays of light will be snatched out of each of these ethers like pulling a plant from the ground. And they will all ascend to the heavens as one as they're wrapped around that one pole. They call this the Osiris spindle in some cultures. The Osiris spindle. This is the movie that I was looking for. Go watch it. It's called, what was the name of this movie? I watched it 2 days ago. It's got the CERN portal with everything I'm teaching you is in this movie. And they literally calling it the Osiris spindle. Yeah, I think it's called Boss Level. Go watch it. Boss Level. Because this dude beat the game. Like what I'm telling you we gonna do. And when you make it up out of this thing, you play it again as the boss. In other words, we all ascend and become our own gods at the boss level. We go on free roam, and at that point, it's on some inception type shit. We're these demigods like Yahweh. And now we on his level now. See, the serpent told you God didn't want you to be on his level, man. The serpent was really trying to free you, man. The serpent is the kundalini I'm telling you within you. The God in the heavens, the one trapped them in the garden, which is a terrarium. The serpent told them, God just don't want you to be on his level. What you mean on his level in the sky? He wants you living in the garden, in the underworld. The serpent is the stairway out this bitch. The serpent was saying, look, climb up me and I'm going to get you to God level. The serpent is the spring that's attached to Jack that's allowing him to pop out the box. And when we started fucking with that serpent, we started waking up. And guess what happened? God kicked us out the garden. Why? Because Jonah got spit out the well. I told you, when you... The garden is God's stomach, and smartasses are a pain in God's belly, and he gonna kick you out the garden. because you now so smart, you now becoming your own God because you listen to the serpent. Everybody that consort with the serpent get expelled from the garden because the serpent giving you the knowledge of God. And in order for you to get that knowledge, you got to detach from God and go into the simulation to learn, to get your powers. And when you make it out, just like the serpent said, you'll be on God level then. You'll be on that boss level. Go watch this movie, because everything I teach, they going to show you in there. The Osiris spindle. That right there gonna do it for this part. I want to keep y'all tuned in. We agreed to make this an ongoing series. I want to maintain about 1,100 people and people following this series from beginning to end. And I think we can do that. Am I keeping y'all interested in this Raelism series? Let me know by coming back and you know, joining me in the next class, in the next presentation. I'm going to come back refreshed, rejuvenated with even more knowledge, and we're going to start off right here and keep reading on and breaking it down and taking our time, even if we got to go to part 77 round this bitch. Because there's so much information inside of this subject of Raelism. So, hashtag Raelism, make that the new thing, Raelism, and tell them, Bro Sant, have you ever heard of Raelism? Yeah, that brother Bro Sanchez breaking it down, man. Ain't too many people ever heard of Raelism. They don't know about why we call it Israel, Ra and El, Raelism. They don't know. So we on a real advanced portion of knowledge in this conscious community. And they ain't gonna grow it for us. We got to grow it ourselves. Shatter information, folks. Let's make sure every series that we have a bigger and bigger number count involved and have more people wanna know, well, what is Raelism? I never heard of Raelism. You can tell them. You can lead them here. You can be the one to say, let me break some down for you. They be, damn, bro, where you get that from? Go check out Bro Sanchez, man. We be getting it in. We're a group think tank. We all share ideas. We help each other. And we all on this same path of ascension and enlightenment, man. If you interested, check it out. Because Raelism is a word I never heard of until just a few, maybe months ago. And that is literally the foundation of everything. Like, that is literally the root word of religion. So that's why we got to get into it. There's a place called Raleigh, North Carolina, where Jordan come from. I'm so deep with etymology, like, that's what I'm telling you. The word Raleigh is a rally or a Christ mass. Raelism. Rallies is the checkerboard, you know. But think about this, right? Think about this. We say, really? If somebody say something interesting that's paradoxical information, we'll be like, ooh, really? Even when you say, like, all of that ties into this whole, we're inside of Raelian technology, the belly of the beast. This is interesting. And when your mind go to expanding like this inside of the beast, he spit you out like Jonah. He kick you out the garden. So the goal is to get kicked out the garden. That's all. It's your spirit matures and you no longer need a guide or a God. You activate your own light within. People who still relying on gods and religions, they're going to continue to be born in the Saturn cycle, Venus, Mercury, Mars, the Raelian solar system, the Trappist system. Until they wake up and realize that they are gods, they're going to be servants of gods, and they're going to be servers to a computer. What is a server on a computer? Let's look it up. What's a computer server? It's the same thing. If Jesus is the computer, you the server. Let's look it up. Look, a server is a computer program. What are you? You your own program of this matrix. I told you, look at it. Every one of us is software or vibrate a program. A server is a computer program or device that provides a service to another computer program and its user, also known as the client. In a data center, the physical computer that a server program runs on is also frequently referred to as server. See, you're not physical. Even science tell you that our entire world is only 1% physicality. That's representative of software inside of a computer. That 1% of physicality can't be detected. The only way we can interact with that software is through a physical base, meaning your computer hardware, your computer running the software. So you being a server in a computer, meaning this supercomputer that have taken all of these programs and merged them together as one superior AI algorithm. Imagine a computer that's using a union of every version of Windows created. In China, every tech guru making their own advanced software like Windows and putting them together with Bill Gates' version. That would be this one ultimate software that's running the biggest computer in the universe. So the most advanced computer in the universe needs all of the programs in creation to run itself, not just Windows. And that's this whole concept of all of us coming together to help create this quantum universe. Each one of us is a server providing our program to this universe outside. You know, how some of us are plant experts, some of us animal experts, animal spirits, plant spirits, water spirits, fire spirits. Each of these souls on the earth, on a spiritual level, you may be a water spirit, fire spirit, animal, all that. On a physical level, that energy is translated into these particular things in our reality, plants, water. And those people become attached to those things in their life. What, you know, you say, why did he always have a gift and love for plants? This is what I'm saying. Like, each one of us is helping manifest all of the different programs and software that's creating this diverse experience. In this one computer are infinite amount of programs being ran in unison to create this shit. And each one is leading back to one of us. Now that may be hard to understand, but these words we use in religion, that Christ would be lifted up, but we talk about uploading in a computer, that's ascension, downloading, that's being casted out. We talk about servants, that's in computer. We talk about windows and we talk about the sky vault, the gate to heaven in religion. Is all what's the religion is based upon this computer technology. The beast is the computer. And that became the original God that we worship. We thought we were smart. Now we trying to get out of this shit. So now we got to pick up on the next part, guys. I'm going to get up out of here. I will see y'all on part 5, and we're going to go
Please
even
like and
deeper.
share the video.
We're going to go even deeper on part 5. We're going to go even deeper. The clients, the internet, and the server is the Holy Trinity. In the next version, part 5, we're going to go deeper into female eggs and cloning, what they doing with the female eggs. And we're going to go into quantum computer. Right where I left off here, we're going to continue our reading. And this rabbit hole gets more and more interesting. Stay with me on this journey, fam. And we're going to be enlightened together. Right? Let's do this thing. Let's keep this going. So I'll see y'all on the next one. And before I get out of here, let me say thank you so much for all the support to my Patreons and to my Cash App and PayPal donors. I really appreciate all of y'all so much. Peace and much love.